his role in strengthening the mass incarceration state, who tells big funders that he will not change anything if he becomes president, that he'll keep the US Embassy in Jerusalem, that he will keep the deadly sanctions that kill people in Iran and Venezuela and Zimbabwe and Cuba and so many other countries. But we know we can't have justice here and have injustice abroad. Greens do not see foreign policy as a frill. And so we demand that the defense budget be cut. A defense budget that takes up 60% of the federal budget ensures that the people's needs cannot be met. We want to get rid of the 1033 Defense Department program, which gives surplus equipment, military equipment, to local police departments. And we know that the Democrats, despite any complaints about us, raised $1 billion and then couldn't get more than an additional 10,000 votes in the state of Michigan. So we have to commit ourselves to step forward this year, to organize ourselves and to organize people who have no experience with the Green Party. And I challenge all of us, myself included, to make certain that we have an impact in our communities and that we introduce people to the Green Party platform. They already know about it. They know the Green New Deal, which Democrats claim to want, started with us. So here we are, and we have to be honest about what we want. Are we a real political party? We're not an affinity group. We're not a club. And we should not call ourselves a party if we're not working to elect more Greens to office and to grow our numbers. Where is this movement headed? It's an important time, but it's also dangerous. People must act with knowledge. It's easy to grasp on to the hot slogan of the moment, but people are inadvertently agitating for things which may not be as they seem. Defunding police can lead to budgetary sleight of hand, which also does nothing to change the nature of policing. We must demand community control of the police, community control of every aspect of our lives. And then we will have a real democracy in this country, but the Green Party must lead this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Margaret. That was great. And like I know I am personally, I'm over the two-party cartel. I'm done with it. And the Greens are the way to go. I say, Margaret mentioned getting rid of one of them. Let's get rid of both. Let's bring in something new. It is time for something new. So delegates, you got 1 more minute to get these votes in, and we're gonna announce the results.
I really liked her call to action to Greens, to kind of challenge us, push us to kind of step up a little bit. You know, we've always known that the values we've been fighting for are the right values that people support. We just need to get more organized. We need to speak to people that are not already part of our party. It was just a strong challenge for people inside and outside of the Green Party to move in a better direction. So Kristen, how long have you been in the Green Party?
So yeah, I joined in 2013. It was right after the Obama got elected that second time. I walked out of the voting booth in 2012 and was just not happy about voting for him. I was jazzed in 2008. I bought into that hope and change, and then was grossly disappointed. That's not what happened. We got more of the same. So I voted again for him in 2012 and saw Jill's name on the ballot. I didn't know about her, but I saw her name. And so when I walked out, I researched her and found out about the Green Party and took that little I side with quiz, you know. It said I'm like 99% green. and ended up going to a Green Party meeting really like the next week, and was sitting next to Sherry Honkala, she had just been the vice presidential candidate, and thought that was so cool. It took me a couple more months to register, but I really just have never looked back since then. So I think that we're pretty much at our time. Let's see where we're at.
Is there going to be a timer?
No, I think we're good. Yeah, it's been 20 minutes.
Okay, great. So it looks like the results are in. 302 delegates have voted. 270 voted to adopt the credentialing report, and 32 have voted not to adopt. So based on the roll call in Lumia, we have a majority. The credentials report is approved as presented.
That is exciting. Congratulations to all our delegates. You are now officially credentialed. Those preliminary credentials are now official. So great. Congratulations, guys. We are going to toss it back over to our honorary co-chairs.
Okay. That was great. All right. So I think at this point, I'm going to allow Kenneth to say a few words and get us thinking about all of the resources that it takes to make the Green Party run. Kenneth.
Awesome. I'm trying to get my video to start right now. I can have the media team allow my video to air. All right, we're back on. Cool. So thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Jay, for your time. And as Hillary said, I'm here to talk about some awesome fundraising because, as you know, the Green Party is a grassroots organization. We don't accept corporate money, PAC money, super PAC money, you name it. We get money from you all, whether it's $5, $10, $20, and we use that money to grow our party, to build and to improve our organization, our structure, and also to help down ballot candidates as well. So, I was a candidate for Congress for 3 times. And it's definitely difficult to run for office when you're up against the machine who has unlimited funds and money. And I'm literally here asking working people for whatever they could donate. And usually we're outspent 15 to 1, outraised 20 to 1, you name it. So if you have the opportunity and if you can, please donate because we are literally people powered. The Green Party is people powered. We want to grow. We want to get more organized. We want to have more structure. We want to hire more full-time people on staff to help build the Green Party. Because right now, a lot of the Greens here who are helping are doing it voluntarily. And a lot of campaigns and candidates who run for office do it voluntarily while working a job. Like myself, I was working 10 hours, 8 hours a day and still trying to run a full-fledged campaign. So, you could visit gp.org/donate. And then also, if you know of any local candidates running in your area, you could donate directly to them. So, as a candidate, as someone who's been through the process, the fire of running for office, it's really important to donate whatever you can, $5, $10, $20. If you could give up that $5 coffee and donate that $5 instead to the Green Party, or even become a monthly sustainer like myself, I donate $10 a month, please do it. And Hillary, do you want to chime in more about, the CCC process and how we select candidates to support and, other donation?
Sure. Yeah, so as I said earlier, I'm the national party treasurer. So I'm, of course, the person who's cutting those checks when we support candidates. But I'm also a longtime member of the Coordinated Campaign Committee, or the CCC. And that's the committee at the national level that supports candidates and campaigns. And we do a number of things. We offer trainings. I did a couple of workshops earlier this week, one on Running for Office 101 on Thursday, and a workshop on fundraising and finance yesterday. And by the way, most of those workshops are already put up on the Green Party YouTube page, thanks to our webmaster and tech guru, David Doonan. So the CCC does candidate training. We've put together a lot of materials and resources, but the other thing that we do is once a year, we actually allocate funds to candidates. That process typically happens just after our annual national meeting. So August and September, if you're a candidate, look out for an email requesting that you fill out a brief application. The CCC reviews those applications, and then we give away some money. Of course, we can only give away that money if we have it in our bank account. So please donate gp.org/donate in order to make sure that we can keep the vital work of the party going, that we can support our candidates and campaigns, and that we can really, I think, take our game to the next level. On the CCC, we've produced tons of materials and hours of video training, and it's all just at the most part raw footage. We have lots of random documents. We really need to hire a graphic designer and a video editor to take all of that material and package it up nicely, put it into more digestible chunks so that more people can take advantage of those resources. So I think we have a wish list, 1 million, pages long of all the things that we'd love to do as a party. But supporting candidates is certainly our bread and butter. Ballot access is another huge need that is unfortunately very, very costly. And so, please consider donating, one-time donations, being a monthly sustainer. I am also a monthly sustainer, and thank you, Kenneth, for being one too. And then, of course, if you don't want to donate online, you can mail checks. Even in the pandemic, we're still getting checks. And that's a great way to donate to the party without all of those transaction fees. So I think we're a little ahead of schedule, which is actually a great thing. But I guess, I'm not sure if we're going to start to do the platform early or if we want to keep going or have a little more interludes or speeches. But until somebody tells me, I'm just going to keep talking because I can do that. So Kenneth, tell us a little bit more about the first time you ran for office and how that was different from maybe the second or third time. What are some of the things maybe that you learned that first time around that by the second and third time, or, you really had hit your stride? Because I know it's really hard for candidates the very first time out of the box. And that's why I always recommend that people run again and again, because, it can be rough going that first time around, but then you really, I think, learn to hit your stride and figure things out.
Yeah, so, when I ran for the first time, it was in 2016 as a Democrat, and that was a bit hard. It was the first time running for office, but I learned a lot from that campaign to carry it on to my second and third campaign for Congress. And I think when you want to start off running for office, you should really talk to your community, get a lot of local support, especially on the ground. People, I say don't listen too much to social media when it comes to running for office. Listen to the people that you're going to serve. So that's what we did. We went out, we talked to the community, we saw if there were people running that represented us, and we didn't see anyone running. And so, we got a lot of local support, and we built our team, and we knocked on a lot of doors. We did a lot of phone banking, and this was the first time. So it wasn't as much support as we had like our second and third time, but we had like 30, 40 people who were blasting us on social media, who were making phone bank calls and whatnot. We only raised a few $1,000s. But that was good. That was good exposure to see how it works, like how to register with the county registrar, how to talk with the Secretary of State and all the elected official election officials. And so that paved the way towards my second and third run. And those were a lot more organized. We had an even bigger team. We have hundreds of supporters and volunteers helping us, knocking on doors and making phone calls. We raised, I don't even know, over, I think on our second run, we raised over $50,000. And then on our last run, we raised over, I think, $110,000.
Wow.
And yeah, it was a lot. But I think, as you try to run for the first time, you gain a lot of notes. and then a lot of things that you could have done better to do on your next run. And so we really listened to the community. We knocked on tens and thousands of doors, and we used social media to our advantage. And, you know, don't get caught up in social media if you're a candidate running for office. Really listen to your community, because I know it could really, you could easily get distracted by arguing with people online. But, you know, it was a great experience, starting off as a Dem running with, you know, no support. And then as a Green, I got tons of more support. So it was definitely a fun learning process over those 3 times I ran for office.
That's great. Any chance that we might see your name on the ballot again in the future?
You know, I people ask me that all the time about running for office, and you know, that's a good question. You know, in LA, when we ran for office, over 40,000 people voted for the Green Party and for our campaign, and that was close to 30% of the vote. And we only, mind you, we only have 1,000, I think, or less than 2,000 Greens registered in Los Angeles. So the fact that we were able to pull over 40,000 people as Greens, like, that's something to take seriously, and that's a lot of people. And you know, I always think about running for office, but like I said, you know, it really takes a lot out of you. It's like working another job, and you know, and at the same time, us Greens, like I mentioned earlier, we don't have the luxury to just quit and run for office. And so that's why we really ask you all to support, to donate, to volunteer, because you know, that's one of the main reasons why I don't think I'll run for in the near future, because it's just difficult to juggle everything when you're all 100% volunteer based. But you know, I'm proud of what we did, and if I did decide to run, it would probably be local, maybe a city council position or whatnot, or a controller position for LA, which is just as competitive as running for Congress. And so, you know, Los Angeles is huge, so if we could get here locally as well, that would be a huge accomplishment in itself. So not knowing when, but you know, it might happen.
That's great. So that's a great, you know, segue, your call to volunteer. So I want to mention that if you go to the Green Party website at gp.org and scroll down underneath the 4 pillars, you can see a big fat volunteer button. And so if you want to give your time and energy to the Green Party, which we would love to see, please click on that button, and our office manager, Starlene Rankin, will reach back out to you sometime next week. We have now regularly scheduled orientations and volunteer information sessions. And whether that's what you want to volunteer for the national party, or you really want to be connected to your local or state party, that is the button you can click. The other thing that I want to do is take a moment to really thank all of the people who made this event possible. And so, as Kenneth said, it's a lot of volunteers, including the 2 of us. But, you know, we have an amazing annual national meeting committee co-chaired by Tama Yeager from Virginia and Dee Taylor from Utah. They have put so many countless hours of work into making this event happen. As of course you realize, you know, we were supposed to be in Detroit right now, and then this thing called the pandemic happened, and we had to pivot to virtual overnight. And we really figured, you know, they figured it out. We got the technology going, we trained people, really tried to make sure that we were replicating the event to the best of our ability, that the way we would have had it in Detroit. So the annual meeting committee, and there was a lot of Detroiters and other, you know, Michiganders who were part of that committee because they were going to be hosting it, that still stayed with it and helped put this event on. And then, of course, I have to thank, you know, our staff, in particular, Michael O'Neill and Lynn Serpy, who are behind the scenes, you know, making sure they're literally like the producers of this event. The producers and the directors wearing both hats simultaneously and doing a phenomenal job. So we have a small little group who are socially distant at a hotel room, I think in Brooklyn, New York right now, who are making all these things happen and doing the tech, doing, you know, putting up the videos, making sure that it looks like as well-oiled and professional production as we possibly can. So I think with that, I think we are going to turn it over finally to the platform folks. And so, Kenneth, why don't you introduce them?
Yeah, definitely. And just want to mention too, if you're unsure on why are Kenneth and Hillary talking about, their journeys or whatnot, we do have a schedule and we try to be considerate of the schedule. And so there are times where we have to talk about, our journey or about the Green Party and whatnot in order to fill that time so that we could go on schedule with the agenda. So just letting you all know if you're wondering, God, they're talking about themselves awfully a lot. So now it's my honor to introduce our platform co-chairs, Bruce Hinkford and Tim Willard. And as our platform co-chairs, Bruce and Tim will get 10 minutes to present the report of the platform committee and proposed platform to the convention. So, Bruce and Tim, please take it away.
Hello, can you hear me all right? Let's see, is Tim there? Tim, you need to unmute. Tim, need to unmute. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. We're here to look at the work of the National Committee this past year in approving 14 new amendments to our platform out of the 23 that were proposed. Each of these amendments was discussed for at least 3 weeks. Changes were made, suggestions from other members of the National Committee. Now we are here to approve these 14 new additions or changes to our platform. We do this every 2 years. The procedure that we have calls for submissions of the amendments over a 6-month period starting on April 1st. So April 1st of next year, the state parties, caucuses, and those committees of GPUS who are allowed to make proposals, amendment proposals, will begin submitting their amendments. So if there are things in this year's platform that you didn't quite agree with or would like to see changed, wording changed slightly, don't forget, April 1st next year, you can begin to do this. But the amendments have to come from a state party, a caucus, or a committee that is allowed to do so. Oh, there's Tim.
Yep.
So, anything you'd like to add, Tim?
Well, maybe just a little, to give you a little historical perspective. In the past, we had a 4-year election cycle with a new platform approved only at the PNC when the nominating convention, but and the entire platform would be presented and voted up or down. But 1 year, when the entire platform was voted down over just one item in it, and we had to spend the next 4 years going back to the previous platform, we decided to move to a 2-year cycle. And so that's how we got where we are now. And just generally today, we would have been discussing any challenges to amendments, but there were 2 challenges proposed, but none of them got enough signatures to bring the amendment they were concerned with to a vote. So we will just have some discussion on the platform amendments, and then vote the whole thing up or down. If it gets voted down, then we go back to our platform of 2 years ago. But then again, if there's things you don't like in the present proposals, you can start next April to propose changes to it. So that's where we are today.
I'd also add that our platform process is quite a bit different from the major parties. The platform committee itself does not create all the platform amendments. We are one of the committees that is allowed to make some changes. And in the past, we have made proposals that would have come from other committees that really weren't quite functioning. So we adopted the proposals and sent them out. And pretty much every single one of them is adopted. But the thing is, the proposals for platform changes come from a lower level. They come from the state level, the caucuses, other committees. And that makes it a far more democratic process. Democratic Party, Republican Party, they throw a lot of people together with probably a lot of influence and money behind them, and that's who writes the platform. You write the platform in the Green Party. You suggest things to your state party takes them up, sends them on to the national party, and then it's discussed by about 150 delegates from state parties and caucuses. And the other thing to remember is that our platform is one of the major vehicles for bringing people into the Green Party. It serves two purposes. Actually, it provides policies that our candidates can run on, but it's also a vision. It's a vision of what we would do if we could ever get into government in a major way. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about how to vote on these particular proposals and a platform in general. Platform could be improved. It's 80 pages long. It could probably be shortened a little bit. But it's a visionary set of guidelines that bring people into the party and give our candidates something to run on. So who's facilitating this? I think we've been at it for 10 minutes or so. Okay.
I think that's me. So thank you, Bruce and Tim. So as we mentioned, there were 3 delegates who met the deadline to request to address the convention. They have each been asked to keep their comments to 1 minute and said they were fine with just using their audio feed. So all 3 speakers will be addressing Chapter 4, Section M, National Debt. There was quite a bit of debate on Lumio about this, so I'm really interested to hear what they have to say. So I think our first speaker is Molly Galloway from Utah. Molly.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so with this, there's several points I made about this. This is a very, from my opinion, a very controversial plank to adopt because of the fact that it focuses heavily on national debt. There's this kind of stuff would definitely cause a lot of people to have a hard time voting for the platform overall, which is why I wanted to separate it out for a yes or no vote to give people the opportunity to choose for that, which is why I wish I could open the signatures to see if I could get the rest of those because it was close. But the point is that it focuses heavily in the same way that a lot of conservatives, economically conservative groups have on the debt, as opposed to the context of this. The simplicity of just debt being bad by definition can massively hinder our goals as the Green Party. We have a candidate who, the main candidates who are proposing, say, UBI, for instance, or proposing a Green New Deal, and all these things would necessitate that we would take on debt in order to execute them. There are a lot of even like forgetting modern monetary theory, which people support, which only states that interest won't occur if, say, I got muted.
Do we lose Molly?
No, the host muted me.
So I think that's because, Molly, you hit the 60-second mark, and unfortunately time is up. And because we do have a tight schedule today, we do need to keep to that. Kenneth, do you want to introduce our next speaker? And remember, it is a strict 60-second timeline.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. And our second speaker is Howard Switzer from Tennessee.
Hello. The American Revolution was won militarily but lost monetarily, after which John Adams said, there are two ways to conquer and enslave a nation. One is by sword and the other is by debt. That means there are two kinds of revolution. As Salvador Allende would say 200 years later, we won the revolution, but we did not win the power. He was referring to the power to issue debt-free public money to fund the general welfare. This is what greening of the dollar is about. Our nation is harnessed to debt via a privately controlled money system. And the focus of the revolution will be on the debt-based money system, because we've already won militarily. Now we need to win monetarily. The Banking and Monetary Reform Committee is dedicated to bringing this to fruition through education of the electorate. And invite you to visit our website, which was Howie Hawkins' idea, by the way, at greensformonetaryreform.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. And our last speaker will be Eugene Wallison from Connecticut. Eugene? Do we have Eugene? All right, I'm hearing that Eugene is not here, so I guess we will keep moving on. So I'm gonna just say thank you to our two speakers, and according to our convention rules, the platform co-chairs can be given up to 10 minutes for closing remarks. Bruce and Tim, would either of you like to start?
Not sure what to say at this point. I think I probably shouldn't make any comments regarding the amendments, but I think they're all pretty good amendments anyway. They made a good addition to our platform. Most of them are pretty simple and straightforward. So I would urge the delegates to vote in favor of adding these 14 amendments to our platform. Tim, you have anything to add?
Okay.
Talk about how I got involved with the Green Party like everybody else. But if you don't need to kill time, if you want to keep things moving, let's keep moving.
Let's keep things moving, and if we need to, we'll do a little Q&A with the both of you. So thank you, Bruce and Tim, for all your efforts and those of the entire platform committee. So now it's time to call the vote.
Perfect. And delegates, you can now vote in Lumio, and you will have 20 minutes to vote on whether to adopt the proposed platform. You could click the thumbs up to agree or thumbs down to disagree, and the threshold for this vote is 2/3 support. Please, delegates, go on Lumio and vote now on the proposed platform. And while our delegates are busy casting their votes, we are going to hear from some amazing speakers right now. And we're going to start off with the 4-term Minneapolis City Council member, Cam Gordon. And a little bit about Cam Gordon is, since first being elected in 2005, Cam has used the green values of social justice, ecological wisdom, grassroots democracy, and nonviolence to guide and work in city government. Among the large body of work he has done as city council member, Cam is most often recognized for the leadership and energy he has provided to issues of racial equity, civic participation, public health, environmental justice, clean energy, violence prevention, and local foods. He's the founding member and former party chair of the Green Party of Minnesota. And as the Minneapolis City Council member for Ward 2, Cam Gordon chairs the council's Housing Policy and Development Committee, vice chairs the Public Health, Environment, Civil Rights, and Engagement Committee, and serves on the Budget Committee of the whole Economic Development and Regulatory Services, Elections and Rules, Transportation and Public Works, and Zoning and Planning. You could also find out more about this green camgordon.org. And if you didn't know, Cam Gordon was also one of the 9 who voted to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. So Cam Gordon, everyone.
Great. And I think one quick point of order that your vote on Lumio for the platform should be coming shortly. So keep your eye on your inbox.
Hello, I'm Cam Gordon. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I just wanted to send you a message of support and goodwill from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where I've been serving on the Minneapolis City Council now for the past 14 years, representing the Green Party in our city government. And I just want you to know that getting organized at the local level, running for office, and getting elected can make a big difference in your community. It's really important, the work that we're doing. When I ran back in 2005, I ran on the 4 pillars of the Green Party, and I've ever since been using those in office to help guide governance, and I think we've made a big difference. We've actually had Greens on the Minneapolis City Council since 2001, and in the Park Board, which is also elected here in Minneapolis since 2001. And by using our values of social and economic justice, grassroots democracy, nonviolence, and ecological wisdom, we've shown that we can make this a better city for everybody. I've tried to look through the lens of those values for every decision that I make in City Hall. And we've seen enormous progress because it turns out those values are popular with the voters that I represent and with the people in the city. And so then other elected officials latch onto those. Using the value of grassroots democracy, we've been able to make ranked choice voting the way we elect our city government here in the city of Minneapolis, and that includes at-large seats for the Park Board that are elected proportionally. And we've done that successfully year after year and opened up our system here. Using social and economic justice to guide us, we've been able to raise the minimum wage here in the city of Minneapolis, and we've also established a racial equity action plan trying to address what are some of the worst disparities in any city in the country, in racial disparities that we have in the city of Minneapolis. It wasn't easy, but we did that work. Using nonviolence, we were able to create a division of violence prevention. We've been able to move programs forward, working through hospitals, co-responders in our police department, so that we can address the issue of violence from a public health perspective, which has been key and which has been very, very, very important. And using the value of ecological wisdom, we created a very strong climate action plan in our city. We now have a clean energy partnership with our utility companies after a failed effort to take over them, but that's still something that could be done in the future. But we also were able to develop a green zones program so that we can bring resources to the communities that need them most, who've been subjected to environmental injustice for decades in the city of Minneapolis. And we now have clean energy goals to phase out of the use of fossil fuels in our city. And people are latching onto those ideas, and they're becoming more and more popular. I also wanted to talk about one of the biggest struggles that we're in right now in Minneapolis, and I'm sure people have heard about the focal point with the police murder of George Floyd, that tragic death, and then everything that has resulted. We have a new opportunity in our city, and we're looking at what we can do to change significantly from top to bottom and transform even the way we approach community safety, public safety, and policing in the city of Minneapolis. We're moving forward now with a charter amendment that we've tried charter amendments in the past, but to deal with this problem, but now I think we have the best hope where we will actually remove the police department from our charter and replace it with a Department of Community Safety and Violence Prevention. We're going to work hard at developing police oversight mechanisms in the meantime, while we push that charter amendment forward onto the ballot. We passed a historic resolution, I think unanimously by the city council, saying we're going to engage in a year-long community process where we're going to help everybody reimagine what public safety could be like, and we're going to listen to one another so we can understand, well, some people might think the system of paramilitary policing that we've had so far works for them. It doesn't work for everybody in our city, and it has resulted in tragedy time and time again in the city of Minneapolis. In order for us to do that, though, we're really going to need the help of everybody in the city, and also voices from outside the city to help guide us in this new direction. I believe that Minneapolis has an opportunity to be a model for other cities and into the future about how we can rethink, redo, recreate, and rebuild public safety, destroy the institutionalized racism that is in our criminal justice system, certainly at the city level, and we can offer a new pathway forward. But we need your ideas, everybody's ideas, and the expertise out there too. And we also need people at every city, in every state, every county, every school board, park board, organizing and building and talking about it and having this discussion and carrying our Green Party values forward into the future. We can build at the local level, and it's also important that we're building at the national level. So I really appreciate that people are able to engage at that level and work on these national campaigns. And I encourage everybody, remember, there's also elected offices locally. Get involved. You can really make a difference. And the Green Party values and our platform can be a guide to help you get there. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of your conference. Hello, I'm Cam Gordon. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I just wanted to send you a message of support and goodwill.
Sorry about that. So our next speech while we cast our votes is from our 2016 vice presidential candidate, Ajamu Baraka. Ajamu Baraka is the national organizer of the Black Alliance for Peace and was the 2016 candidate for vice president on the Green Party ticket. Baraka serves on the executive committee of the U.S. Peace Council and leadership body of the United National Anti-War Coalition. He is an editor and contributing columnist for the Black Agenda Report and contributing columnist for Counterpunch. He was recently awarded the U.S. Peace Memorial 2019 Peace Prize and the Serena Sherm Award for Uncompromised Integrity in Journalism. Ajamu. All right, hopefully we'll get that video queued up. I had the pleasure of meeting Ajamu last year at our convention in Salem. And then he came down to Philadelphia, or up, I guess, from DC, and did an event in partnership with some local Black-led organizations, which was great. So I'm assuming we're having some technical difficulties pulling up Ajamu's video. And so remember, keep your questions, and if you have any technical issues or points of process, to put them into the Q&A box. Oh, here we go.
My name is Ajamu Baraka. I am a committed member of the Green Party and was on the ballot in 2016. This is a very, very important historical moment. And I'm honored to have an opportunity to share a few comments. Objectively, we have to understand the context in which the Green Party is operating, both international and domestic. We have a grinding economic crisis in which there are irreconcilable contradictions that we have to come to terms with. Both in the international economy and domestically. Domestically, we have a situation where people never really recovered from the downturn of the economy in 2007 and 2008. But now, as a consequence of the veritable collapse of the economy, as a consequence of COVID-19, we have a situation that for many people in the US, and really around the world, is dire. It's quite clear that the ruling class is more concerned with saving the economy than the lives of the people. And that's why we've seen the kinds of moves that were made by the Trump administration with the full support of the corporate class to drive people back into the economy, even when it was quite clear that the number of COVID-19 cases was on the rise. This is understandable, but it is the context now that we are dealing with. That basically people have been radicalized. They understand that they are just mere cogs in a capitalist machine, and they are looking for alternatives. There is no economic recovery. The contradictions of the current system suggest that there will be no return to normal. In fact, for many of us, normal was in fact catching hell. The objective logic of the rulers today is a increasing dependence on force and violence. That's why we see the expansion of the military budget. That's why we're experiencing intensified domestic repression, nuclear upgrading and redeployments. All of these reflect a desperate attempt on the part of the rulers to use force and violence in order to maintain their hegemony. But we're not going to be deterred. We understand and we accept these conditions as the context that the party has to be prepared to operate in. And we're going to do that and resist the opportunism that other parties engage in. We're going to adhere to our principles and boldly state the Green Party program. This provides tremendous opportunities for the Green Party. It's quite clear that the Green Party has been driving progressive discourse in this country for a number of years. Now we have an opportunity to provide the kinds of answers that people are looking for. The people recognize that there's no democracy in this country. They recognize that basically they have no real objective human rights that are being respected and promoted by the state. Therefore, they are looking for real alternatives that are grounded in a new kind of ethical framework. And that ethical framework, that political program, the Green Party really represents. But the party has to be ready. It has to be ready for the moment. It has to be prepared to look at itself critically, to make sure that it is getting itself in position to absorb the influx that the party is experiencing. It means that the party has to be, and the party activists have to be more visible on a local level. The state party structures have to open up themselves for more participation, committed to expanding the party base across the country. It means that we have to pull behind the party nominee and go out into the public and push the party's program with boldness and confidence, understanding that we're going to be the object of criticism, but that we are in fact on the right side of history. So this is the moment for the Green Party. It means that we have to prepare ourselves. We have to engage in conversations, sometimes painful struggle, to make sure that we are really positioned to take advantage of this moment and to go forward. So I salute everyone who's participating in this fantastic gathering. Let us go forward and build the kind of instrument that the historical moment demands. Let us be reminded that we are, in fact, the party that puts the people, planet, and peace over profit. And therefore, our growth opportunity is enormous. So let's build the party. Let's create a new US and indeed a new world. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ajamu. And our third speaker right now during this time while delegates are voting on the platform is Myrna Martinez. Myrna Martinez is a longtime resident of the city of New London in southeastern Connecticut. And she moved to the area following years of several works working as a Spanish teacher in Boston and New York City. She holds her master's in bilingual education. And over the past 18 years in the city, Myrna has served as a teacher and as the youth program director of Fresh New London. And she is also a school board member in New London, Connecticut as well. And she also ran as a Green in the 39th House District in Connecticut. So Myrna Martinez, please take it away.
Todo esto ha sido en la ciudad de New London, que es una ciudad pequeña de bajos ingresos en el estado de Connecticut. Y les cuento acerca de la ciudad de bajos ingresos porque en parte es razón por mi meta principal, que ha sido amplificar las oportunidades para todos los estudiantes por parte de requerir sistemas en cual se ven los resultados académicos de diferentes demografías. Porque, por ejemplo, si vemos que nuestros estudiantes latinos están teniendo éxito, sabemos que estamos satisfaciendo sus necesidades. También queremos requerir que tenemos representación de demografías diversas, incluyendo estudiantes en comités y en grupos donde se hacen decisiones. Les cuento, hemos podido avanzar ciertos intentos, como la póliza de equidad y diversidad, y todavía falta bastante trabajo que realizar con otras metas. Mi propósito en hablar con ustedes hoy es simplemente continuar la plática de nuestras prioridades, posibilidades y presentarnos para que trabajemos juntos en el continuo mejoramiento de una sociedad que nos valúa y permite oportunidades a todos. Espero conocerlos en persona y que trabajemos juntos. Adelante.
Okay,
All
so
right.
is voting now closed? I believe it is, and we're going to try to get a visual of the vote on the screen. All right, so assuming that voting is closed, and I'm going to assume that until someone pings me and tells me that it's not, it looks to me as if the proposal did not pass. It looks like 282 people of 363 voted, and of those voting individuals, 63% agreed and 13% did not. And so as far as I can tell, it fails by the 2/3 rule, though I don't know if it's 2/3 of the vote or 2/3 of the people. So let me read the rule because it is pasted here for me. So it says, according to rule 5-8.2D, should the convention fail to adopt the proposed platform, the platform committee is instructed to retitle the existing Green Party platform as the current Green Party platform and to report it to the Green National Committee. But I
Hey, Hillary.
that my math is wrong. And so that is not
Kristen
the first
here.
time.
Hillary, can you
Yep.
hear me?
I can. And I'm
I
realizing
just want to give a clarification real quick. Since it is 2/3 of who voted, not 2/3 of the delegates.
Great.
And so since we had 288 people vote, it is 81% of that 288 who approved. So we do have approval for the platform.
Great, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I didn't have that in front of me, and then I was reading it off and I realized my math wasn't quite right. And so I think I was realizing that that actually was the case as I was going through the process for not passing. But so good. So we have a 2020 new platform. You know, it's a living document. There will always be room for updates next, you know, in the next cycle. But this is great. So I'm glad to know that we do have a new platform with 81% of the delegates who cast their vote. All right, so I think at this point we are going to do one more speaker before our next, the next section of our agenda. I want to just thank Tim and Bruce from the platform committee for their hard work, and for everyone out there who voted and for participating in our platform vote. So before the next break, I'm going to introduce our next and final speaker for this section, Jenny Leong. Jenny Leong is a state member for the electorate of Newtown in the New South Wales Legislative Assembly. Jenny has been an active member of the Greens for over a decade. In 2013, she worked as the federal election campaign coordinator for the New South Wales Greens. And of course, this is in Australia. Jenny was elected to Parliament at the New South Wales state election on the 28th of March in 2015. Her statewide portfolio includes responsibilities for the New South Wales Greens, including human rights, sex, sexuality, and gender identity, housing and homelessness, women's rights, multiculturalism, Western Sydney, and climate change. So just a few things. Jenny is a passionate advocate for equality, justice, and human rights, and has a long track record of standing up and speaking out against racism, sexism, discrimination, and the politics of fear. She is strongly committed to ensuring we maintain the diversity and creativity of our city, or their city, by removing the privatization agenda that prevents housing, transportation, and public services from serving people and communities. Let's hear from Jenny Leong.
Hi, Jenny. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been so excited by the idea that I get to see you again, because of course it's been a while since being there at your second election night victory party. Definitely one of my favorites. So I just want to jump right in today, if that's all right.
Please.
The first question is just, what is your proudest accomplishment as a two-term Green MLA in Sydney, Australia, in Newtown specifically?
Yeah, look, it's really hard, I think, for us as Greens. We come to the concept of how we want to achieve change in the world through a sense of collective action, so it always feels weird when people ask me about like my achievements, or we talk about like my election victory, because to me it's like, I know, like, you were one of the people on the campaign, like, I know that without hundreds of volunteers and people doing all of that effort, then I would not have been elected. And then all of the things that we achieve in terms of wins wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for massive amounts of community movements and campaigns before I even, was around in politics. So it feels really hard to identify a moment. But I would say that I feel like the one that is in the most sort of forefront of my mind is that last year in New South Wales, we finally managed to decriminalise abortion. And a few years before that, we managed to give an apology to the 78ers, who were the first people that marched in the Mardi Gras parade that suffered massive police brutality and violence and homophobia as a result of them trying to engage in a peaceful rally and protest down Oxford Street in Sydney at our first ever Mardi Gras back in '78. And so to me, I see those as incredible moments in our collective history around the push for equality, around LGBTIQ rights, and also around the idea of women's rights and reproductive rights. And the fact that I got to be in Parliament to be part of the apology given to those 78ers at that first Mardi Gras, and that I was in Parliament and had my name as one of the Greens members on the bill that worked to decriminalise abortion in New South Wales, feel like definitely, moments in time that I got to be a part of because of incredible Greens members being able to elect representatives to the Parliament, that then meant that we were part of not just the history at the time and those movements at the time that had been pushing for it, but also being able to achieve what was really significant change to communities, LGBTIQ communities and feminist communities here in Sydney and across, the country, because those things are significant.
Great. I mean, thank you. And it actually leads almost perfectly into my next question, which is, if I remember correctly, you ended up having a child during your first term in Parliament. And I can only imagine that as a first termer and as one of the relatively few women in Parliament, that meant a lot of changes. And I just wondered, I thought sometimes people are really curious, how does someone handle juggling being a mother, being a new mother, and actually being a member of Parliament?
Yeah, look, I think it's true. I laughed and said, within 2 years, I got 2 new titles. I got MP and mum. And they were both titles that I never would have expected I would have either of them, or really planned to have either of them. So it was a big shock. In one hand, the flexibility that I have around some parts of my work make it a lot easier for me than other women. I am in a really privileged position with my role that if I need to cancel meetings on a day, then I can cancel them and I can't get the staff. Whereas if someone's doing shift work, the risk is if you're in insecure employment and your child is sick, then you risk losing your job if you have to take the day off. So on one hand, there's a huge privilege that goes with the kind of role that I have because I have that flexibility. On the other hand, the expectations to be out and about all the time, when Parliament's sitting, you don't have that flexibility. At events and activities, that's really tough. But it's also very tough to sort of negotiate what is your very public facing life and the realities of having sort of crusty food on your clothes while you're trying to do a news interview, or during ISO lockdown. I at one point was doing a radio interview while dancing with my daughter while she was listening to Frozen soundtrack to try and keep her distracted while I was giving my grabs. So there are definite negotiations and challenges, but I think they are challenges that all working people with young children face, particularly the pressures on women with the various, challenges around the disproportionate level of care and responsibility that women lift and the mental load that women carry. And it's one of the reasons why I'm such a strong advocate for free childcare, for free early childhood education, and for making sure that, you should be able to access these high quality services to make sure the younger generation doesn't suffer because their parents choose to want to engage in meaningful and productive work.
Well, that's great. I mean, when I came back the second time, it was in the middle of campaign season. So I didn't have the opportunity to see you interact as much as I might normally, because of course campaigns are very, very hectic. But I wanted to ask you about something that's maybe not as positive, but is perhaps quite timely. So in your first term, I remember that there was quite a bit of racist attacks against you by the police department. Can you just share a little bit about that and also how you were able to handle it given your position?
Yeah, for sure. And I should acknowledge as well, I appreciate where we're recording this, but I should acknowledge that where I'm sitting in the New South Wales Parliament today is on Gadigal land. And I would like to acknowledge that it is Gadigal land, Aboriginal land, and it was never ceded, and it is stolen land. And it's one of the struggles that is ongoing here at the moment, as I know you guys are also facing those struggles around looking at the systemic racism that exists within our society, and particularly in Australia, the injustice faced by First Nations people who have never, ever had the same equity or recognition as white people and the colonisers of this country, and that needs to be acknowledged. Sadly, the New South Wales Police Force are a power unto their own, and it was absolutely rattling to me and shocking to me to discover that New South Wales Police had been trolling my Facebook page with really racist and sexist comments as a Member of Parliament. I just assumed that there were limits to people's levels of bad behaviour and racism, and it was, personally really rattling, but also just fired me up to think, well, if they do this to me, what do they do to a young Aboriginal boy when no one's watching? Because if there is a level of arrogance that suggests that they're willing to do this kind of racist attack publicly to a member of parliament, what would they do to someone when no one's looking? And that to me demonstrates a level of real concern around the culture and the systemic racism that exists in our police force, and as we know, police forces around the world. And the fact that they are even called police forces rather than police services, the fact that simultaneously as a woman of colour and as someone who is at risk of walking down the street and potentially being assaulted or subject to a racist attack, that I'm expected to then ring the police to report that when they are the ones that have actually engaged in those attacks in the past, really undermines people's sense of security and safety. And so I use that to fuel my passion about how we need to reform the systemic racism within our justice system and our policing system. I use it to push my boundaries, and I use the rage and the anger I feel about that to push the boundaries and say, well, you know, if I'm going to be here and I'm subjected to this, then the impact it has on so many others means that I have no choice but to speak out on it and speak up on it, even if it means that I get further attacks and further criticisms. It's a very bizarre situation, but one at the moment that I feel so inspired and empowered by, because there are so many people that suffer such worse racism and discrimination than me in a lot less powerful positions. And I just take hope every day from watching those individuals and think, well, if they can do that, if they can stand up and do these things, then, you know, it's an absolute responsibility that I have to do it, and how lucky and privileged I am to be part of the movement that is actually trying to stamp out racism and discrimination once and for all.
Perfect. Thank you, Jenny, for sharing your wonderful experience as a legislator in South Wales. And if you're just tuning in, and I just want to point out some clarification on the platform vote as well, if that was talked about right before this, and letting you know that 289 delegates voted in this vote, and 235 agreed with the platform, and 54 disagreed. So if you were trying to figure out if we reached the 2/3 threshold, you would just divide 235 divided by 289. That is how we came up with 81%. So the platform amendments did pass for 2020. So just letting you all know, if you're tuning in late or whatnot, there were 235 agreed out of 289 people who voted. And now I just want to go on to our next point, and we're going to take a quick break. It's going to be a 15-minute break, and during that time as well, we will be restarting our Facebook live stream. So if you're tuning in, make sure you rejoin, because it will end, because Facebook does have a limit on the live stream on how long you could live stream something. And we are going to have our keynote speaker when we come back. And so you don't want to miss it. Our keynote speaker is our 2012 and 2016 presidential Green Party candidate, Dr. Jill Stein. So make sure you please come back in 15 minutes. And on my clock, that is so I'm in Pacific Standard Time. So that please come back by 2:12 p.m. Eastern. And if you're in Pacific Standard Time, it is 2:02 p.m. Eastern. And then if you're on the West Coast like me, it will be 11:02 a.m. Pacific. So please come back in 15 minutes, and we'll hear from Dr. Jill Stein as our keynote speaker. Thank you.
All right. It looks as though that the Zoom call is going to be halted for a few minutes, and they're going to restream. See, this is where they're wrong, is that there's ways to stream for a hell of a long time on Facebook. So it's all right. So I'm going to go in here and read some of the comments and see where everybody's at. Let me see what we got here. Let's go in here and read some comments. How's everyone doing? Everyone hear me all right out there in Facebook and Twitter and all the above? Wow, what a shit show, right? What a shit show. Anybody else see that? Everything that's going down, all the bullshit. So we're looking at Twitter, and I guess there's been a lot of dirt going down in the chats. They've kicked people off being able to chat, and they removed chat somewhere too. Is that right? Let me see. So this isn't the way to move the party forward. It's not. And I've been trying to tell people, how are you going to bring people into a party that doesn't want them to participate? And what we're seeing today is that the party does not want people to participate. They want to go along with the same old thing. Look at the production value. Are you kidding me? After so fucking long, are you not realizing how fucking corny what's going on? I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. Again, but this is what they want. And you have to start asking yourself, well, okay, you have to ask yourself why. Why would they continue doing this and acting this way and putting out a certain type of persona or perspective or approach? Why do they keep doing the same failed thing? Is because they don't want to change anything. They don't really want to do anything different to rock the boat. They want to continue their little paychecks, because if you notice, everybody has their own nonprofit, their own organization, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're just focused on using the party to qualify and legitimize your shit in order to put money in your pockets, it's or for whatever reason, whatever your motivation is, it doesn't matter what it is. You shouldn't be. Let's see what we got online, what people are saying. So this is, it's a void primary. Everybody knows. So, okay, here's, the presidential, okay, no. So people having conversations. Yeah, so they were talking about how they just dismissed all the challenges like it wasn't nothing. And if you notice, so this is how they do it. Remember, it's narrative, how they control the narrative, how they control the optics of things. This is what's so important, because the National Party is the face of the party. It's the hub of where all these state parties join onto. It's the federation. So they don't really. It's not as important to have control of the narrative of the state parties as it is to have control over the National Party. That's where you really get the influence. That's where you really get all the stuff happening that you can use to further your career. So this is like climbing shit. This is why Dario didn't want to call this out. They wanted to hide the primary. They wanted to hide this stuff, and it just backfired on him. And it's backfired on well, definitely him, but it's backfired on Hawkins too. And what they've done. So all this, they're really showing their ass right now. They're really showing their ass right now. Let me see what people are saying here. Yeah, Njamu didn't have anything to say about anything. Clean your own house first. There's the point. Look at all the people now that are engaged in the party and trying to clean the greens. Just that alone, even though that obviously not even everybody in the Clean the Greens agrees with people in the Clean the Greens and what the vehicle is, as far as who is the vehicle for the nominee, who the nominee should be. But the principle is that we can't have corruption in our party. We can't operate like the DNC if we really want change. We just can't. We have to be different. We have to act different. We can't pretend that people aren't paying attention. We can't pretend that we're not a glass house, because we are. And if you sweep under the rug, then you're showing that you're no better than the DNC. You're just a smaller club with a bunch of egos, a bunch of people that want to hold on to control, and they don't care about the sinking ship. They don't care as long as they hold control. And it's sad to see. And I was really upset to see Kent, Kent Mess play. He runs every time. He came into this whole thing late and was real lethargic and real not interested in it and really not doing anything. Didn't really, and then he has the audacity to say that nobody has been fucked with by the party insiders. Oh, I don't think it is what it is. I'm fucking tired of being gaslit. I'm tired of this fucking bullshit. See, this is my point. This is my plan. What I keep trying to let these people know is that it's not over. It's not about me. It's not about me at all, because there's a lot of people that feel this way, and they've been feeling this way, because I came into this, and this has been going on for years and years and years. Everybody will tell you it's been going on for years and years. So why does it keep happening? Why do people not really ask for change or really do something for change? Well, I mean, obviously the people are the real grassroots, but it's those that we prop up. And if we can't acknowledge that on the left, acknowledge that in our own clubs, our own schools, our own churches, our own places, then we're never going to change anything, because it's this we know somebody mentality, and sometimes it's hard and it's cloudy to see through the shit, because the nuances of someone and what someone means, and we can't play the fucking high school politics and think we're going to change it. We can't. It's not going to work. It's not working. It hasn't worked. We're here where we are now because of that. And people do think that the Green Party is the last hope. I'm reading right now. But this is what they try to bank on. They're going to try and do a lot of damage control, a lot of, these are saboteurs, a lot of people come from whatever. But see, when you tell people you're not green, and then you say, I want people to come in and new people to engage, and then when they get here, you say, oh, well, what have you done? Oh, you've only been to one meeting and you've never been, like, what? You're saying contradicting things, and you're gaslighting people, and you're killing any chances you have to get people really engaged. And I'm seeing a lot of people engaged right now because they really want a vehicle. They're really listening, and the Ventura vibe is awesome right now. There's a lot of Venturians that are coming into the party, and it's actually growing. It's growing past the energy's already passed what they've been able to do, because they either don't understand it, or they just were ill-equipped for what would happen when someone that comes in actually focuses on it. Because this right here, social media, is our way to get them, because they can control the narrative in their own little bubble, their own little echo chamber of kiss asses and long time, let's ignore our shit because we think we're a little club and that we own the values. They think they can own that. They can control that, but they can't control us. They can't control Twitter. They can't control Facebook. And I know that we're censored everywhere. I know that, and that's the whole point. That why is the party that is supposed to be fighting against censorship, fighting against propaganda, fighting against corruption, fighting against this DNC behavior, this making money model, rather than addressing these issues? Why don't we have the platform where people from all spectrums of the political divide feel comfortable about having the discussion? That's the whole point. We should not shy away from the conversation, especially if you've changed your opinion, or if you've not. I mean, we all were born with a clean slate. We all were programmed by all the things that we've seen, all the little interactions, all these. And everybody's different, but we have our little own cultural bubbles, and they interact and we vibe and here and there. The point is we have to understand how that works. You can go from city to city and they operate different. The club scene's different. The people are different. It's just, it is what it is, but we have to understand the language of it and what it means inside that culture. And we can't be ignorant enough to say, okay, well, just because this is not the language I use, or this is not something that I understand or know about, doesn't mean that someone is not expressing something based upon what their world is or what their culture is, and that could be anything. I mean, there's a Star Trek culture and a Star Wars culture. I mean, look, you can look at how those operate and how those interact, and the point is to understand that how it works, and not take away the way someone feels or views or experiences life based upon that culture. Let's see. They'll return at 2:02. We got 3 more minutes. Let me see if anybody's saying anything on. Well, thank you all for joining in and watching the convention, the shit show that it is, and like this, you're gonna have to go hard on Twitter. I shared a meme or an image, however you want to say it. It says that the Green Party presidential primary is void. So if you guys want to take that and share the hell out of it and tag all sorts of Green Party pages, tag all sorts of independent media, mainstream media, TMZ, all these people, let's just go hard, because if these people are going to dig their heels in like the DNC, we need to make sure people know. And who the people are, the dirty people. And I started making a list. Let me see if I can find that, because we have to remember, this is an example. Oh, all right. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes. Johnny, we have 2 minutes. We need to understand that what we're doing right now is just an example. It's practice for taking on the establishment, because understanding the game of politics and how politics works, it has to do with the narrative and the power structure. And they need the narrative in order to control the power structure, and which, creates the slush fund of money and influence and all that kind of stuff. So if we can't expose what's going on in the Green Party and apply pressure, and because here's the thing, it's taking what's happened in the Green Party and applying it to the establishment, so we know where we have our blind spots, because our blind spots are the biggest issue. So let me just read this. Gloria Matera, Rich Whitney, Margaret Flowers, Kevin Zeese, Tony Ndege, John Andrews, Anita Rios, David Cobb, Michael O'Neill, Justin Beth. Those are just some people right off the top of my head that I had written off, but those are some of the people that are corrupt and that need to be removed from their positions for various reasons. And it's time to make ourselves known. And here's the thing, asking about Jesse. I don't know what Jesse's statement's going to be, but I feel like after what's happening here, I feel like he will make a statement. I'm assuming that he will. I'm hoping that he will. It only makes sense too, because you have all these people out here fighting for him. I would really hope that. And it also seems like, Jimmy Dore's now really covering this, or going to start covering him. I'm hoping he's going to go into it deeper. They're coming back now for more paint drying. So let's get you guys set up here.
Long-term Greens passed this year, and we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge them. Well, so Kenneth, as we fill time a little bit here, what has life been like for you in this pandemic?
right, I think we were able to come back, and if you all saw, we had a slideshow of those Greens who have just passed, and you know, it's important to keep those who started this journey and keep their legacy moving forward as well, even if they have passed away. And you know, it's up to us as Greens and as progressives and revolutionaries to fight off where they left off from. So thank you so much, and thank you to all those who have fought for the Greens for decades now and have been with the Green Party from the beginning. All right, and so I think now we are going to talk about our keynote speaker. And now let me introduce our keynote speaker. And let me just say a few words about her. Dr. Jill Stein is our keynote speaker, and she was the Green Party's 2012 and 2016 candidate for President of the United States. As she says, she is a mother on fire. She is an organizer, a pioneering environmental health advocate, a teacher of internal medicine, and a physician graduating magna cum laude from Harvard and received her medical degree from Harvard Medical School. She has led initiatives promoting healthy communities, local green economies, and the revitalization of democracy, addressing issues such as campaign finance reform, green jobs, racially just redistricting, and the cleanup of incinerators, coal plants, and toxics. She was a principal organizer for the Global Climate Convergence for People, Planet, and Peace over Profit. Dr. Jill Stein is also the recipient of several awards, including the Clean Water Action's Not in Anyone's Backyard Award, the Children's Health Hero Award, and the Toxic Action Center Citizen Award. And, you know, to me, Dr. Jill Stein is a hero personally for myself. And if it wasn't for her and the Greens that ran in 2016, 2012, I probably wouldn't be a Green right now. I'd probably be a Democrat. And I want to thank people like Jill Stein for introducing the Green Party to me, to many burners, to many disaffected Democrats, to voters who are just sick of the two-party system and want to join a party that has an amazing platform that they could fall back on. And, you know, Dr. Jill Stein, you're watching out there, thank you so much. So everyone, please give a round of applause from your house. Shout, I don't know if anyone could hear you. Wave your hands like we do in meetings, and give a round of applause and introduce Dr. Jill Stein.
Hello. Thank you for being here today and for leading the charge for an America and a world that works for all of us, that puts people, planet, and peace over profit. We are truly in an historic moment of unprecedented crisis and unstoppable resistance as people rise up like we haven't seen in generations. Certainly I haven't seen in my lifetime. From massive protests against police brutality to wildcat strikes, rent boycotts, mutual aid networks, rebellion against the rapacious oligarchy is going strong. And it's none too soon, because that oligarchy, or call it empire, capitalism, the colonial white supremacist patriarchal project, or whatever you'd like, it is sucking the lifeblood out of humanity and the planet. This is all enabled by the parties of war and Wall Street that have thrown working people, communities of color, the marginalized and disadvantaged under the bus for most of our nation's history. Now the trajectory towards apocalypse is accelerating as the economic and political elite do all they can to stay the course. So the rebellion will inevitably continue to grow, as will the political vacuum that is begging to be filled. This is where the words of Frederick Douglass come in. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. That's why it's our job as the only political party that is independent, non-corporate, and national in scale to provide a vehicle for that demand. The leading edge of this uprising, of course, is the Black Lives Matter movement that has been unflinching in the face of tear gas and tasers and flash grenades and physical assault by militarized police, National Guard, secret police, ICE, prison guards, vigilantes, you name it. The murderous abuses of the police and their allies have shocked the world. But the moral vision and the courage of the Black Lives Matter movement has been a profound, inspirational, and transformative force. The uprising comes as we've hit the breaking point by virtually any measure. Obscene inequality, climate catastrophe, raging militarism, and political corruption, and more. These have been relegated to the status of old news by the latest set of emergencies: global pandemic, economic collapse, and an explosion of white supremacy, which is not new, but newly visible to everyone in all of its brutality and criminality, and can no longer be ignored. Each of these crises are an indictment of the bipartisan system that has created them and has failed to fix them. And each is a call for the green agenda that would not only solve these crises, but would have prevented them in the first place. So for starters, militarized police are only the tip of the iceberg of white supremacy, which is pervasive, from criminal injustice system to mass incarceration, to the underfunded or privatized education system, redlining and gentrified housing, unaffordable healthcare, pollution, toxic waste, and other forms of environmental racism, food deserts, and much more. The racism and violence of policing is itself a microcosm of none other than the US military. Policing kills over 1,000 people each year, vastly disproportionately Black and brown, while US fostered wars have killed over 500,000 in Syria and Yemen alone over the past decade, and far more if you include the Middle East wars and global economic sanctions that afflict a staggering 1/3 of the world's population. That includes Venezuela, where an estimated 40,000 have died between 2017 and 2018 alone due to US sanctions. To begin addressing this crisis, Greens have long called for reparations and an agenda of racial justice in every sector of society, including preventing police violence through community justice and community control of police, ending mass incarceration, and much more. A quick word about COVID-19. Pandemics in general result from human contact with novel viruses. This happens when humans disrupt ecosystems and encounter viruses that we haven't had contact with before. That's driven largely by overdevelopment and ecosystem destruction, largely from industrial agriculture, forestry, and other exploitive economic activity. The US is vulnerable to a pandemic because our public health infrastructure has been under attack. Hospitals have been closing for decades. The CDC funding's been cut. Epidemiologists and contact tracers have been laid off, and pandemic preparations have been rolled back to the extent that they existed at all. Green priorities of ecosystem protection, promoting public health infrastructure, and providing healthcare as a human right for everyone would limit the risks of pandemic development, and these protections, needless to say, should be available in all countries the world over. Finally, about the COVID economic collapse. To put it simply, the economy is in free fall and there's no end in sight. Importantly, our economy was a disaster zone even before the pandemic. Nearly half of Americans were already in or near poverty, 80% living paycheck to paycheck, nearly half of adults underinsured or uninsured altogether, student and consumer debt at an all-time high, while 3 billionaires had as much wealth as half of the US population. Then came COVID and the lockdown to flatten the curve. This didn't have to become an economic disaster. It didn't have to be an economic problem really at all. European countries responded by subsidizing payroll for businesses across the board, preventing both job loss and business failures in one fell swoop. The US Congress, however, declined to efficiently save jobs and businesses. Instead, they used the crisis as an opportunity for, guess what, disaster capitalism. The $2.2 trillion CARES Act, which is estimated to represent more like $6 trillion or more. It's one of the largest stimulus measures ever created, passed on March 27th with all of 3 hours of debate and no recorded vote. Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy reportedly collaborated on this extremely unconventional method for passing the bill, a method that just happens to shield politicians from accountability for their actions. And they had good reason to want to cover their tracks. The bill gives $500 billion to Wall Street and corporations, and it leverages another $4.5 trillion or maybe more in no strings attached bailout money. Its tax loopholes provide an average $1.6 million windfall for each of the innumerable millionaires who qualify for its tax breaks. And that's in addition to this $4.5 trillion giveaway, unlimited giveaway to Wall Street and large corporations. And then the Paycheck Protection Program that it did create is bureaucratic, inefficient, and has huge gaps in coverage. It gives banks substantial power to pick and choose the recipients, and Black businesses, as an example of that problem, have largely been locked out entirely. Yes, it provides, that is the CARES Act, it does provide a $600 per week increase in unemployment benefits and a one-time $1,200 means-tested check for individuals. These benefits are invaluable, but they are measly crumbs that don't begin to solve the problem, especially when compared to the lavish gifts being showered on Wall Street and the wealthy, while the bread lines stretch for miles. This has left us with an economy in free fall. 46 million who've lost their jobs, 27 million have lost healthcare, nearly half of renters, 20 million households are at risk for evictions now, and over 40% of Black businesses have closed their doors, more than double the rate for white owners, and it's unclear when or if any of them will reopen. Meanwhile, US billionaires have gained an obscene $500 billion in net worth in the first 2 months of the pandemic, while the number of people in families with below poverty earnings has soared, especially among Blacks and Latinos. Which brings me to the point I'm here to make. We are, more than ever, the ones we've been waiting for. We're not just changing the debate, we are winning the debate on policies the US urgently needs right now, more than ever. The Green New Deal, Medicare for all, student debt and other bailouts for people, free public higher education, reparations, community control of policing, an end to mass incarceration and deportations, cannabis legislation, a welcoming path to citizenship for immigrants, LGBTQ rights, cutting the military budget, and much more. These policies are the starting point for what we need right now. They are also the policies that our candidates are promoting. Democrats will give them lip service, but mostly won't come anywhere near enacting them. We don't take dirty money, so we can actually follow through on our commitments. We don't get bought off. Converging crises make our agenda more critical than ever. The growing revolt in the streets make our vision more possible than ever. Don't be fooled by establishment hype. They want to discourage us through censorship and smears, but that is a badge of honor and a sign that we have arrived as real political competition, or in the word in Frederick Douglass's terms, we are a threat that can make power concede. The clock is ticking. Empire, the capitalist, colonial, white supremacist, patriarchal project, or whatever you want to call it, it is self-destructing. It's time to forget the lesser evil and fight for the greater good, like our lives depend on it, because they do. We can build an America and a world that works for all of us, that puts people, planet, and peace over profit. The power to create this world more than ever is in our hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill Stein. That it never gets old hearing from her. I have goosebumps. I wish that was the kind of information that we were getting on our nightly news. It's everything she said is so right on. Before we move to our next agenda item, I wanted to say a few words to you as your national party treasurer. As Kenneth said earlier today, the Green Party is a grassroots party. There are no corporate funders here, no billionaires, no 1%. Our party is funded by individuals like you and me. I give to the Green Party each and every month as a sustainer. I know how important it is to have a regular stream of income, especially unrestricted income that can go towards general operating expenses. As most of you know, the Green Party's mascot is a sunflower. Someone once told me that our party is also like a sunflower. The candidates are the forward-facing flowers and petals. They're the thing that people see first and get excited about. Campaigns are exciting, they're dynamic. They're the sexy thing that, quite frankly, it's easier to fundraise for. But if candidates are the petals of the sunflower, the party itself is the root and the stalk. Only with a strong foundation can we grow those beautiful flowers, or in our case, high quality candidates. So please give today to fund the roots and the stem, the strong stock of internal party capacity, infrastructure like staff, better technology and systems, organizing and outreach. Go to gp.org/donate and give today. If you want to be a monthly sustainer like me, just click on the words "Click Here Now" located right above the green horizontal line on our main donate page. Thank you for your support. All right, and for those who missed it earlier today, this morning, at least morning on the East Coast, we determined the presidential candidate's speaking order by drawing names out of a bucket. It was super high-tech and official. And so again, that order will be Dario Hunter, Dennis Lambert, Howie Hawkins, Sedanam Kinamo Christian Moya Wazife Curry, and David Rold. So candidates received instructions and they were offered training prior to today. And I do want to note that not every single candidate availed themselves of that opportunity. If you are a candidate, our tech team will upgrade you from a participant to a panelist in Zoom webinar when it's your turn to speak. The process is a little bit clunky and it will initially look like you are getting kicked out of the Zoom, but do not worry. You will be immediately invited back as a panelist when it's your turn to speak. So just bear with us. And as we say in Philadelphia, trust the process. Please also keep in mind for everybody else that our bylaws have very, very strict rules about equal time for candidates. Each candidate will be given 5 minutes and only 5 minutes. Candidates who go over their allotted time will be cut off. I'm just giving everyone a warning. This is done to ensure strict adherence to our equal time provision. And remember, you can read up on those Green Party bylaws by going to gpus.org and clicking on rules. All right, so I'm just gonna, I think, turn it over to our tech folks who will bring in our first candidate. Oh, actually, no, I'm bringing in Kenneth, who's gonna bring in our election administrators. Kenneth.
All right. And so I'm going to introduce our election administrator. Please welcome Gloria Matera. Gloria, you have to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kenneth. Thanks. I'm Gloria Matera. I'm currently co-chair of the Green Party of New York and also one of the national co-chairs. And I'm really happy to be here as your election administrator. Just going to tell you, everybody, a little bit about how this candidates who are eligible to speak met that criteria in our convention rules. I'm going to them. There are 2 sections in the convention rules for candidates to be able to address the convention. Article 5, 9.1 is the candidates must have gotten 1 delegate each from at least 3 different states. And those 5 candidates you just heard that will be speaking soon met that criteria. The other criteria is Article 5, Section 9.2, is that candidates who were not able to meet 9.1 can gather 3% of the total delegates on a petition. At that time, we had 310 delegates. So the candidates were required to get 10 signatures from delegates from at least 7 different states. And they had petitions in Lumio. Many of you may have seen them and been asked to sign. The only caveat was that the delegates had to be uncommitted delegates, not bound to any other candidate on the first round. And that deadline ended on July 9th, yesterday at noon. Unfortunately, no candidates were able to meet that criteria. There is also a section in the convention rules, Article 5, 9.5, where no nominee, and just be clear, no nominee is not equal to NOTA, is allowed to speak. They do that by caucus. There was a request from Benjamin Michael John from Maine to be able to speak as no nominee delegate, which was submitted past the deadline of July 9th at noon. We have since received an appeal from Benjamin asking to be able to speak. And so we asked him to get the required 4 co-signers from different states, delegates from different states or caucuses. So far, he has 3 additional delegates have submitted. So if you are a delegate who would like to support that, we would like you to both email at ea2020@gp.org. You can also put it in the chat, but with the chat moving so quickly, the email really is helpful. Oh, sorry. I am being told that I have made a mistake. I'm so used to saying chat that you have to put it in the Q&A. There is no chat, just Q&A. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. I appreciate my team in the background telling me to do. And so I think now we're turning it over to the speakers, the speaking time of the candidates, and I'll be watching and can talk a little bit more about the no nominee challenge as soon as I review other delegates that emailed me or put in the Q&A they would like to support Ben's appeal.
Okay, so I think our first candidate that is up is Dario Hunter.
A year and a half ago, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. A year and a half ago, I served as a small city rabbi and a Green member of the Board of Education in Youngstown, Ohio. Although I fought heated battles against educational racism and the abuses of state takeovers, the choice to run for president in February of 2019 ignited one of the greatest personal and political battles of my life. Almost immediately, I was attacked for supporting Palestinian rights, losing my job, and starting what continues to be a blacklisting in my profession. On the other side of that battle, I found not quite all open arms, as some establishment Greens blew off the message of a candidate putting the end of privilege, Black Lives Matter, reparations, and justice reform at the top of his platform in favor of an establishment candidate for whom it was said it is his turn. But we persevered, crashing state party events, hosting only that candidate until a name that no one in national Green circles knew became the only one within punching range of taking down the establishment and ushering in a new focus, a new agenda for the Green Party. To put things in perspective, our campaign has won 11 states and caucuses, far more than Ralph Nader against Cynthia McKinney in 2008, and more delegates than the much more well-known Roseanne Barr against Jill Stein in 2012. I have many, many local Greens, true activists who are hungry for change, to thank for that amazing result. This election presents some stark choices, but also some paradigm-shifting opportunities for the Green Party. In order to meet the opportunities of this moment, one that demands better choices than the two-party politics we've seen can provide, we must change as a party or wither on the electoral vine. We are the campaign that can offer you that change. We are the campaign that can meet this moment in activism. Our People of Color Bill of Rights addresses the experience of millions of Americans who have been told to wait their turn and make way for the establishment as the glacial pace of progress on racial justice fails to deal with police genocide, redlining, and educational as well as environmental racism. Our call to end war, not just reduce military budgets, speaks to the yearning of ages for a lasting and definite peace. Our Green Path Forward addresses not just ending fossil fuel use, but the multiple environmental crises affecting our planet, from plastic pollution to the effects of big ag to nitrogen and phosphorus pollution. And our campaign's innovative and comprehensive COVID-19 plan, with universal basic income and no rent, no mortgage, no evictions, became the standard by which even the establishment candidates' plan was forced to measure up. Our 4D plan to deal with policing, demilitarize, defund, disestablish, and devolve power to local communities charts a course for ending police genocide that puts the party at the forefront of thinking in the movement to end police abuses. Our campaign, including the energy and activism of my VP, social justice activist and former Green co-chair Darlene Elias, and Indigenous rights activist Dawn Neptune Adams, hasn't just spoken for the causes that matter, it has pushed the voices of the oppressed to the forefront. In the midst of perhaps an unprecedented battle to hold off change and shut out those who might bring it, we find ourselves fighting for the very soul of our party. We call upon delegates to do the right thing in facing this primary's deep election integrity issues, from impartial party promotion of one candidate to exclusive ballot placements, bending and breaking of rules, massive conflicts of interest, and all but secret state primaries. We call on you to reject this broken primary and embrace change. We call on you to withhold any votes for Howie Hawkins, the candidate whose campaign is deeply tainted by election rigging. Your choice otherwise will push this party deep into the electoral wilderness. But I can guarantee you one thing: it won't stop me. It won't stop us. This movement for change will continue to rise to meet this moment. It is your choice whether it will be one that will see this party survive and thrive, or force what is left of it to rise from the ashes of both electoral and moral failure. I hope that together our party can make the right choice for the millions of Americans who deserve a genuine alternative to the broken two-party system. Hasta la victoria siempre. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dario. And now we are going to introduce our second candidate, Dennis Lambert.
Hello. I don't see myself on the video.
You're good.
Okay, well, since I've never run for office for myself, I have a couple of statements from other people who asked me to read these statements, but first I do have a bit of a statement to make myself. It is true that I intended to boycott the convention due to rigging of the primaries and recognition requirements for the candidates running for the Green Party presidential nomination. Just as it is true that these allegations have evidence painting red the hands of those who have corrupted the process and violated the Green Party values of grassroots democracy, social justice, equal opportunity, decentralization, feminism and gender equality, respect for diversity, and especially future focus. Aside from an immediate call for an ethics and moral committee for the Green Party of the United States, I will not dwell on this issue any further, but rest assured, those who strive for self-interest and personal enrichment by using positions of leadership will soon find they have no followers, as the rest of the Green Party strives for the betterment of everyone. The first statement I would like to make is from one of my supporters, Carrie Napier. She writes, I registered to vote in 2008, at that point, and being from Generation X, who as young adults had zero interest in participating in voting, When I registered, I didn't know if I was a Democrat or a Republican or who was what and why. So I decided to do some research myself, and I decided that the Green Party holds my values in local government and less big government. As a homestead off-grid living lifestyle, I strive towards healing the environment. The last few presidential elections, I voted for Jill Stein, and when I heard she was not running for this election, I did my research and came across your profile on the Green Party website. Reading over your policies and your stance on what's going wrong in our country, I decided that you stood for my personal opinions. Plus, I like the fact that you have military experience and that you have a clear understanding of our Constitution. I feel you can get some real things done and cut the bullshit out in Washington. Next, I'd like to read a statement from Chad Wilson. He begins with a quote from Thomas Paine: "A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right, and will raise at first a formidable outcry in the defense of custom. But the tumult soon resides. Time makes more converts than reason." I know that my method has not been easy to digest. I understand that people feel as though I'm trying to tear down the party, but that is not the case. It's hard to acknowledge these problems within the party out of fear that if we talk about the elephant in the room, that it will push people away. But it's actually the opposite. People are leaving because we are not transparent. We must engage people in the conversation. The Green Party is supposed to be a platform designed to show the world how to have hard conversations, how to find common ground. We are supposed to be a place where people understand that we all have different experiences. Our diversity is our strength. Leadership is important. A coach would put their best player in a game-winning moment. If we offer Ventura the nomination, it's a win-win for the party. If he runs, we will get the White House and everything we've been fighting for. Even if he chooses not to run, then it would be a signal to the establishment and to the voters that we are fucking serious. Let us be our own egos, be above our own egos. Let's change the world today, not tomorrow. We need to change it today. And this is a statement from some of the people I've been in contact with Jesse Ventura's campaign. In this moment, I want to speak directly to those of you voting today, the delegates, and the issue of our plea. Our nation is on the verge of civil war as the people remain unrepresented, and we have less than 12 years to drastically change our relationship to the environment, or the world will suffer. There are millions of disenfranchised voters out there who are lost, and thousands of them have already begun flowing into the party with one goal in mind: drafting Governor Jesse Ventura. There are nearly 10,000 supporters from across the country calling for the governor to be nominated that have signed a petition, and that group includes newly registered Greens, independents, and longtime Green Party members. Many of these people were denied the right to vote in various Green primaries due to undemocratic registration deadlines, hidden primaries where only a handful of members voted, and states who rejected the Green Party US commitment to allowing write-in candidates. Ventura's initial exploratory committee was sabotaged. Many of us, the same people who were implicated in the corruption and rigging elections, were involved. It's clear that Andrea Cuellar, Brendan Phillips, Michael O'Neill, and others colluded to draft Hallie Hawkins as insiders, boxed out the possibility of a grassroots draft movement choosing Governor Ventura or any other unapproved candidate. These pressures, despite.
Okay, so I think that means Dennis ran out of time and went over the 5-minute mark. Thank you, Dennis. The next candidate up is Hallie Hawkins.
Hello, Green delegates. I want to start with some thank yous. Thank you to all the Greens who have persisted through some negativity, and particularly through the difficult circumstances of this COVID pandemic, to conduct your primaries and to hold this convention. You're volunteers, you've worked hard, you should be proud of yourselves, and you deserve our thanks. Thank you to Angela Walker for agreeing to be my running mate. Angela is a veteran labor and racial justice activist who will be a great messenger for the Green Party. And thank you to the over 4,000 campaign contributors who this week qualified our campaign for federal primary matching funds. We'll now have another $200,000 shortly that will plow back into ballot access to get on all 52 ballots, the 50 states, DC, and the advisory vote in Guam. And now the Green Party moves forward, standing on the shoulders of Jill Stein and her running mates, Sherry Honkala and Ajamu Baraka. They brought the Green Party to another level in 2012 and again in 2016. As Jill always says, we have to vote like our lives depend on it, because they do. And that is even more true today as we face a host of life or death issues. The COVID pandemic shows that the two governing parties in this country are presiding over a failed state. With 4% of the world's population, we have 25% of the world's COVID infections. We're on pace to have 250,000 COVID deaths by the time the election comes. Trump has given up. COVID won, Trump is a loser. But where the hell is Joe Biden? He's within commuter distance of the White House press corps. He can be commanding their attention, and he should be holding news conferences and pounding away at what we need now, a test, trace, and quarantine program to suppress the virus, like other organized countries around the world are doing. The failure of the two-party corporate state is why the Green Party now has to step up into this political vacuum and advance real solutions to these life or death issues we face. Like the centuries-old pandemic of racism and police brutality, we're now out in the streets protesting. Reforms to policing techniques are good, but not nearly enough. When the police police themselves, they get away with murder. That's why we need community control of the police. Defunding the police is not enough. We must demand defunding the military as well. Only then will we have enough resources to invest in the jobs, housing, schools, healthcare, and public services that are needed in racially oppressed communities that have been segregated, discriminated against, and exploited for generations, right up to the present day. The climate meltdown is a life or death issue. Jill Stein put the Green New Deal, the signature issue of the Green Party in the 2010s, onto the national agenda. But the Democrats have taken the slogan and watered down the content. We are here to campaign for the full-strength Green New Deal, 0 to negative greenhouse gas emissions, and 100% clean energy by 2030. Our eco-socialist Green New Deal will create 38 million jobs. In the midst of this COVID economic depression, we now need the Green New Deal for economic recovery as well as climate recovery. Inequality is killing us. After 50 years of stagnant wages and growing economic inequality, working class life expectancy is declining. That's shameful. It's inexcusable. We will enact an economic bill of rights to end poverty and economic despair, including a job guarantee, a guaranteed income above poverty, and Medicare for all. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist has moved its doomsday clock the closest it's ever been to midnight. We will take peace initiatives, a 75% cut in military spending, withdrawal from the endless wars, a pledge of no first use of nuclear weapons, and disarming to a minimum credible deterrent. And on the basis of those tension-reducing initiatives, we will go to the other nuclear powers to negotiate complete and mutual nuclear disarmament. And we'll go there with the support of the 122 non-nuclear nations that agreed 3 years ago this week to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The International Campaign for the Abolition of Nuclear Weapons received the Nobel Peace Prize for that achievement. But hardly anybody in this country knows that. None of the major party candidates are addressing this issue. It should be a top campaign issue, and we'll make it one. These are life or death issues. The two-party state has failed. It's time for the Green Party to provide real solutions. Our lives depend on it. We're running out of time, and real solutions can't wait. So let us now unite and support our Green candidates up and down the ballot with all we've got to give. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Howie. And next up on our list was Sadanam Kanawa Kristen Oyewasifa Curry. However, Sadanam hasn't been able to get on the Zoom, and we have made multiple attempts to contact her to get on. So therefore, after Sadanam, we have, lastly, David Rold.
Hello, Green Party comrades. I'm going to use my 5 minutes to talk about one issue, I urge the Green Party and whoever the Green Party presidential nominee will be to focus to oppose the political repression around the coronavirus crisis. Elements within the US deep state have created the coronavirus crisis. We are living under conditions close to martial law justified with a medical pretext. Our in-person convention today was moved online because the US regime has shut down travel and large in-person meetings. We can't enact grassroots democracy under these conditions of screen time at our convention being controlled by a few people. The US deep state coup leaders have used mass mind control to instill fear in the population. They have everyone isolating and wearing masks. People are dying from suicide and drug abuse and domestic violence because of the fear and anxiety from living like this. The stated purpose of the coronavirus lockdown was to flatten the curve so that hospitals wouldn't be overwhelmed by everyone getting sick with COVID all at once. But that didn't happen. Hospitals were not overwhelmed. Instead, so-called elective medical procedures were all canceled. Many healthcare workers were laid off. Healthcare basically became unavailable. There is a genocide of medical neglect and malpractice against Black people and Indigenous people. Elderly and disabled people have been euthanized in the tens of thousands. Residents of nursing homes and patients in hospitals are isolated from their family and friends. If someone in a nursing home or at a hospital has respiratory symptoms, they are assumed to have COVID. They are anesthetized, intubated, and put on a ventilator, which forces high pressure oxygen into their lungs. This damages the lungs and usually results in death. All deaths are counted as COVID deaths. So it appears that lots of people are dying of COVID. The fear and lockdown continue because the goal is to control the population with contact tracing and to eventually force everyone to be injected with a dangerous experimental vaccine. The coronavirus crisis was created to cover up an economic crash that was already happening, but it is made worse by the lockdown of small businesses. While everyone was on lockdown, the US regime gave trillions of dollars to banks and corporations with legislation that was introduced before the rollout of the coronavirus crisis. While everyone was staying home on lockdown, the US regime allowed corporations to install 5G wireless technology everywhere. 5G and the so-called Internet of Things will be used by big data to totally surveil and control every human being. The US regime is already using contact tracing to track and arrest activists from the Black liberation protests. The radiation from 5G might kill all life on Earth. Even previous wireless technology is unhealthful. 5G is more so. There will be transmitters near every person's home, and there will also be 5G beamed from space by tens of thousands of satellites that will cover every place on the surface of the Earth with radiation. The satellites might block out our view of the stars. Our human cultures have been built on seeing the stars for thousands of years, and that will be gone, destroyed by capitalism. Billionaires, including Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos, are sending up these satellites right now. We must all rise up together against this deep state coup. We need an international investigation into who caused the coronavirus crisis. We must put Bill Gates and the other perpetrators on trial. We must confiscate the trillions of dollars from the banks and corporations and return the resources to the people. $2,000 a month for each person, as promoted by some Democrats and some of the other Green Party presidential candidates, is not enough. We need full economic human rights. We need good healthcare available for free to everyone. We need to dismantle 5G wireless. We need to stop forced testing, forced mask wearing, forced vaccinations, and contact tracing. Howie Hawkins has suggested using the US military to conduct contact tracing against the people. This Green Party primary has been rigged by members of the Hawkins campaign using their official positions within the Green Party to obstruct other candidates. Howie Hawkins should be disqualified. The primary results should be thrown out and redone. Jesse Ventura should be allowed to participate in the redo. I don't know for sure if Jesse Ventura will oppose the coronavirus coup, but we should consider every candidate fairly. And Jesse Ventura might choose Cynthia McKinney as his running mate. Cynthia is solidly against the coronavirus coup. Lastly, I want to say that all candidates should have been allowed to speak today, and we should have been given more time. I want to thank my vice presidential running mate, Jessica Coco. I want to thank you all for listening. And I want to thank some campaign assistants and supporters, Andrea Romig, Emma Fiala, Jed Stamis, Maureen Doyle, and Cindy Sheehan. And I guess that's it for me right now. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, David. And now I'm going to turn it back to Gloria Matera, our elections administrator.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, candidates. We have really made multiple attempts to get in touch with Cedenam. We really want to hear from all our candidates that were eligible to speak. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. Right now, I'd like to present the results of the appeal for the no nominee to have equal speaking time that was put in by Benjamin Michaeljohn from Maine. He has the first 4 additional delegates from different states: Stephen Berczynski from New Mexico, Mark Zimmerman from Nebraska, Kyle Gregory from Oklahoma, and Katja Gruen from Texas. I would also just like to say that many other delegates commented that they would like to sign on and support this, including his fellow delegates from Maine. And so we will now have Benjamin Michaeljohn speaking for the no nominee category.
Hi. Thank you from beautiful Maine here. Let me get some lighting going here. Thank you very much, the co-chairs and election administrator Gloria and all the delegates for giving us this opportunity to give our perspective. Our purpose is not to dissuade other delegates from nominating a candidate or to ask that the party just simply not nominate a candidate at all. At this point, we just want to convey a perspective that we feel is a lot more prevalent in the party than the representation of our delegates and our votes might really account for. The purpose of our party and the support in our membership is largely at local levels. And it's important as we proceed in the presidential nomination that we not fall into the trap of pinning our entire party identity on the top of the ticket presidential nominee. We run ourselves a disservice by identifying solely with our presidential nominee as the identity of our party, while simultaneously operating in a vacuum of candidates for local office, such as school board, town councils, water districts, county commissioners, and things of those nature. The no nominee perspective is a lot more prevalent in the party that is not represented because many states do not allow for a no nominee vote to be cast. Many states offer a no candidate option that is easily misinterpreted, where many of the people that might wish to vote no nominee are saying no candidate, and it doesn't get translated into no nominee. And many of you have seen a post I put in the discussion thread calling for abandoning the use of the term no candidate in our presidential nomination process because it is rife with misinterpretation and misconstruing of its meaning and vague and indeterminate identities that it tends to cause. With that aside, a lot of times we see in states where candidates for the Green presidential nomination get a certain amount of votes, and the total number of votes that they receive, if you were to add it up and assume that every single one of those votes was a Green, does not even equal a majority of the members in the party. That happens frequently in Maine. Not all the time, but many times it happens where if our presidential nominee and we assumed every vote was from a Green, is not even a majority of our party. So it has to be assumed one way or another that there's a large contingency of our party that is not necessarily willing to vote for our nominee for president. And that we have to have a culture of respect and recognition of that and accept and not be judgmental, not excoriate our members who may choose not to support our presidential nominee. We need to realign our focus as a party and carry the same sort of enthusiasm that we may have for our ultimate presidential nominee today, and carry that over and give that same enthusiasm to our candidates for state house, such as myself and others, candidates for mayor, city council, school board. if we don't get excited about those candidates, we will always be fledgling on the sidelines. I often comment to friends and people I know that if we only ran a candidate in every single state house district in our states, like the Democrats do, like the Republicans do, we would get a lot more support. People support us, they just have nowhere to vote for us. And the one place we give them an opportunity to vote for us for president is the place where our own members and the public are the most reluctant. So we need to give of our party and ourselves to the public and to our members that opportunity to give us the support where they are most likely to lend it with confidence and security and freedom. And the presidential race is not that place. So my hope tonight, as a no nominee delegate, as one of at least two, is that we can walk away from this convention today, not only with a presidential nominee that we can be proud of, but also with a recognition that we have a lot of work to do to get on the ground in our local communities and
I'm unmuting.
All right. Sorry about that, Ben. I think we reached our 5-minute time limit. So now I'm going to turn it back to Gloria to introduce Trey.
Thank you, Kenneth. I'd like to introduce the elections assistant who's been helping me, Sharon Cruz from Minnesota. And if Sharon, if you're available, oh, there you are. Hi, great to see you. Just to say a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself to everyone before we get started.
Hi, I'm Trey Cruz. I'm an anti-racist activist with BLM Minnesota. I'm also one of the great 7 magnificent co-chairs of the Green Party of the United States, and I'm the chair of the Green Party of Minnesota, and very excited about this process that we are going through today. And I'd just like to speak a little bit about our caucuses. Our caucuses also have a role in today's vote. And our caucuses are the Black Caucus, the Latinx Caucus, the Lavender Caucus, and the National Women's Caucus, and the Young Eco-Socialists. You can get involved with these caucuses by going to gp.org, and you can sign up and find links there and more information.
So I think, Gloria, you have to be explaining the roll call process, correct?
Actually, I want to thank Taryn for talking a little bit about our caucuses, because caucuses in our party is very different than caucuses in the other parties where they have rights, voting rights and participation, and we really value our caucuses. Just a little bit about the nomination process before we move to the roll call. So the nomination process is done really state by state. It's conventions, it's caucuses, it's primaries, and those are driven by how the states conduct their presidential nominating conventions, caucuses, primaries to then really be brought, electing delegates who represent the members of their states. And so we are now going to begin the roll call of states. I just want to let states and caucuses know that in case you're not quite ready, you do have one opportunity to pass, but please, you will have to be put down at the end. And by the end of the roll call, every state and caucus would have had to report their votes to be counted. So I just want to check in and see if Taryn is going to start the roll call or if I will just begin for now.
I will get us started in Alabama. And Alabama has 4 delegates.
Yes, I am Kristen Bracy, the delegate reporter for Alabama. We actually have 3 delegates reporting, 2 for Hawkins and 1 for Hunter.
Thank you, Alabama. So that was 2 for Hawkins and 1 for Hunter. Arizona.
Celeste, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Hello, I'm Celeste Castorena, delegate reporter for the Grand Canyon State of Arizona. We used to be known for the 5 C's of industry: climate, copper cattle, cotton, citrus. Lately, we're known for the 5 C's of catastrophe: COVID, cop brutality, civilization collapse, conquest, CO2. So our delegation prefers that Arizona be known for the C's of constructive change. Claudia Elquist, rest in peace, and other courageous nonviolent resistors of oppression, citizen initiatives like Red for Ed, community gardens, community control of police, Colors on Campus. Yes, Patrice Colors, co-founder of Black Lives Matter, runs an online art program at Preston College. Our 6 delegates are pledged as follows: 3 for Hawkins, 2 for Hunter, 1 unbound. Peace.
And that's 3 for Hawkins, 2 for Hunter from Arizona. Arkansas.
Arkansas, the natural state, land of beautiful hills, forests, lakes, and rivers, home of the first national river, the Buffalo. Arkansas, home state of Daisy Bates, the great civil rights activist and advisor to the Little Rock Nine. Maya Angelou, the great poet and activist. James Cone, the great theologian and author of The Cross and the Lynching Tree. Arkansas, home state of the great jazz artists, Sam Rivers, Pharoah Sanders, Louis Jordan, and Scott Joplin. Arkansas cast 4 votes for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you, Arkansas. California.
I'm Laura Wells from the Golden State of California, where many things start, both good and bad. The good, California was among the first ballot qualified Green parties in the US, and we're still ballot qualified. And we have 62 elected officials now. The bad, in 1978, California actually started the tax revolt that helped the super rich. Now on the November ballot, we have Prop 15 that will help turn that around in California and hopefully across the country. Wish us good luck and good organizing. For the presidency, California cast its vote proportionally according to the popular vote in California's primary election. So they are Howie Hawkins, 16, Dario Hunter, 9, Sednam Curry, 8, Dennis Lambert, 7, David Rold, 3, and that's our 43 delegates.
Thank you, California. Colorado.
Hi,
Jason Justice from Colorado here. Sorry. The Green Party of Colorado reminds you that we are standing on stolen land. Colorado was the first state party to adopt anti-oppression language in our bylaws. 4 years ago, I came to you with 5 names of Coloradans executed by police. Today, I'm forced to add the name of Elijah McClain, a sweet young man who was murdered by the Aurora Police Department for walking while Black. The Colorado delegation is here for Black lives, Brown lives, Asian lives, Native lives, LGBTQIA lives. And to the white supremacists and disruptors who target our state party, we say we are unapologetically anti-oppression and anti-capitalist, and you cannot stop us. And in that spirit, and with the victims of US imperialism in mind and Bruce Dixon in our heart, we give 4 votes to the Hawkins Walker campaign, 2 to Hunter Elias, and 1 uncommitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Colorado. Connecticut.
I'm Tanya Abatello, Connecticut delegation reporter from the great state of Connecticut, ancestral home of the Eastern Pequot, Golden Hill Pagusset, Scotticook, Mashantucket Pequot, Mohegan, Ralph Nader, and John Brown, where Green Party nutmeggers run candidates every year, having multiple wins, including town council and boards of education in several towns. Our delegation has 11 members, 2 delegates for Jesse Ventura, 3 delegates for Dario Hunter, and 6 delegates for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you, Connecticut. Delaware.
Good afternoon. This is Christine Hermes from Delaware. Our delegates today are Bernard August, J. Roy Cannon, Alex Dernan, and myself. Delaware was the first state to ratify the Constitution, bringing forth a new nation. The Green Party of Delaware was part of the coalition that successfully opposed the expansion of the landfill on the east side of Wilmington. The state is definitely not a swing state, therefore prime territory for gaining new Green voters. We hereby delegate 2.5 votes for Dario Hunter and 1.5 votes for Howie Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Delaware. District of Columbia.
Hello, my name is Daryl Moak. I'm the delegate reporter for Washington, D.C., known now as the District of Columbia, but known also to us as the Douglas Commonwealth. We are speaking to you live from the colony on the continental U.S. known as D.C. We are allotted 4 delegates, and all 4 delegates in our write-in candidate successful balloting this year during our primary was for Howie Hawkins. So our delegates are bound to Howie Hawkins according to the rules of the GA that were adopted for this particular election and the vote by our General Assembly to bind our delegates to the winner of that primary. So that is Howie Hawkins. And so 4 votes from DC for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you, District of Columbia, Florida.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is LeBeau Padnew, and I have the honor of representing the Green Party of Florida. Florida cast 6 votes for Howie Hawkins, 2 votes for Dario Hunter, and 1 vote for none of these. As ground zero for the twin disasters of climate degradation and COVID-19, we stand ready to fight for a Green New Deal and single-payer universal health care. As the home state of Trayvon Martin, one of the initial inspirations of the BLM movement, we stand ready to fight for racial and economic justice. Thank you.
Georgia.
Yes, greetings. Glad to be here. It's Kwaku Lumumba from Georgia. To be known for our natural manifestations of peaches and Blue Ridge and Stone Mountains, oaks and oak trees and kudzos. We're also proud to combat the unnatural. We're combating the Kings Bay Nuclear Naval Base, Plant Vogtle nuclear waste, Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange with Israel, the undemocratic ballot access areas in Georgia, and also the murder of Ahmaud Arbery and Rashad Brooks, among many others. We're uplifting our ancestors here in Suleiman El Mahdi, and as well as the recent deceased Bruce Dixon. Georgia delegation, we have 4, and all 4 are for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you. Hawaii.
Aloha. This is Nikhil Ananda, former co-chair of the state of Hawaii and co-chair of Maui County Green Party. The state of Hawaii. The government was overthrown in 1893. It was annexed by the United States in 1898, the former Kingdom of Hawaii. And also the location of the first place in the United States where a Green candidate running in a partisan race beat a Democrat and a Republican to win a seat on the county council on Hawaii County, the Big Island. Hawaii offers our 4 delegates thusly: 2.5 for Dario Hunter, 1.5 for Howie Hawkins. Aloha and mahalo.
Idaho. I'd like to call the delegation from Idaho.
Helps if I turn off the mute, doesn't it? Joe Evans from the delegation of Idaho, the great gem state. We are the land of the Frank Church Wilderness area, Salmon River, the river of no return. And we are on stolen land. This land belongs to the Nez Perce. This land belongs to the Chauvin. This land belongs to so many more that I don't even know the names of, to my chagrin. We have 4 delegates from the state of Idaho. Those 4 delegates are all pledged to Dario Hunter. Thank you.
Thank you. Illinois.
Hello, everyone. This is Joshua Hellman reporting in for the Illinois Green Party delegation. Throughout its existence, our state party has had to contend with ballot access signature requirements of up to 25,000 ballot signatures in a 90-day time period, and a state Democratic Party that defends such undemocratic requirements seemingly at any cost. Yet despite this, our party has survived and thrived. We know what election rigging looks like. We've been in the belly and beast of it. The Illinois Green Party cast 20 delegates for Howie Hawkins and 7 delegates for Dario Hunter.
Thank you. Indiana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, from the great state of Indiana. My name is Sarah Dillon. I'm a National Committee delegate, foundress of the Vigo County Green Party, and a 2019 candidate for City Council from Terre Haute, Indiana, in a year that our state had 6 candidates on the ballot. Salute to every one of them. Indiana, home of the great politician Eugene V. Debs, and other not so great politicians such as Vice President Mike Pence and former South Bend Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Best known for being one of the big testing grounds for ALEC legislation, one of the biggest tar sands producers and Superfund sites in East Chicago, countless Black Lives Matter protests in Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Terre Haute, Evansville, Northwest Indiana, and other locations in between, along with being one of the most restrictive ballot access laws in the US, even before COVID-19. Based on our mail-in primary, and with the recent withdrawal of Jesse Ventura, Indiana's 4 delegates are proportionally pledged as such. 1.5 delegates to Mr. Dario Hunter, and 2.5 delegates to Mr. Howie Hawkins.
Thank you. Iowa.
Thank you. Tad Rutnick speaking from Iowa here. And I will say that in addition to being occupied Sioux, Sauk, and Kickapoo area, Iowa is also occupied prairie land because the corn that you hear about from Iowa is really not the natural way to be. So we have, Iowa allocates 2 delegates to Dario Hunter, 1 delegate to Howie Hawkins, and 1 delegate uncommitted.
Thank you. Kansas.
Hello, Nick Blessing from the Kansas Green Party. Kansas is known as the Sunflower State. We actually have a strong third-party history here. We had 2 populist governors in the late 1890s. The Kansas Green Party awards its 4 delegates to Howie Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you. Kentucky.
Hello, David Temple here with the Kentucky Green Party. Kentucky, the first state west of the Allegheny Mountains to enter statehood, the birthplace of Abraham Lincoln and political activist Muhammad Ali, as well as the native homeland of the Cherokee, the Shawnee, and the Chickasaw. Also home to the longest cave system in the world, Mammoth Cave National Park, gives its 4 delegates to Howie Hawkins.
Thank you. Louisiana.
Greetings from the rapidly sinking state of Louisiana. We cast our votes, 1 for Stedinam Moyowasiva Curry and 1 for Howie Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maine.
Hi, I'm Kelly Merrill from Wabanaki, now called Maine, home of the first Green Party meeting in the US held by John Rensenbrink, home of John Eder, the first elected Green state representative, home of the 2004 Green vice presidential candidate Pat LaMarche, and home of the soon-to-be first Green US Senator Lisa Savage, who will be voted in using ranked choice voting. We give 6 of our delegates to Dario Hunter. We give 3 of our delegates to Howie Hawkins. We give 2 of our delegates to no candidate, and we give 1 of our delegates to Jesse Ventura.
Thank you, May. Maryland.
Thank you, Trahern. This is Margaret Flowers from the state of Maryland, which wraps around the Chesapeake Bay, home of the blue crab, and extends west to the Blue Ridge Mountains. We're the home of Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and W.E.B. Du Bois. We proudly give 5 of our delegates to the Hawkins Walker campaign and 3 delegates to the Hunter Elias campaign. We also want to announce that we're pushing legislation at the state and local level for a permanent petition, online petition signature gathering proposal at the state level, and to ban new gas stations in our city of Baltimore as we push for no new fossil fuel infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Maryland. Massachusetts.
I'm not seeing myself up there, but I assume you can hear me. Okay, the great state of Massachusetts, the birthplace of the first American Revolution, and perhaps many happy returns. The birthplace and home of W.E.B. Du Bois, the sociologist, historian, and civil rights activist. More recently, home of 2-time Green Party presidential nominee, Dr. Jill Stein, and the next state to vote in ranked choice voting. We cast our 11 delegates as follows: 6 delegates to the Hawkins campaign, 4 delegates to the 4 delegates to the Hunter campaign, and 1 delegate to Stedinam Curry's campaign.
Thank you, Massachusetts. Michigan.
Okay, let's try that now. I'm Amy Slepper, delegate reporter for Michigan, and Hawkins is 7, Ventura is 4, Hunter is 3, Sanders and Curry are both half votes each. Thank you.
Thank you, Michigan. Minnesota, my home state.
Hey, Taryn?
Yeah.
We know that there was some technical glitches in terms of Minnesota. So if you want to pass and we could either, you can do the reporting if you get that information, if we can't bring your reporter back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do you have the numbers now or do you want
Yeah.
to pass?
It was,
Okay,
so we're the-
just hang a second. So you are now officially reporting for Minnesota, just so we are, because we're tallying, we want to make sure. Okay, is that true?
True.
Great, go ahead.
So we're the home of the George Floyd rebellion. The state that continues to fight for justice for Philando Castile cast 6 votes for Dario Hunter. 6 delegates for Dario Hunter.
Okay, then you can continue on.
Mississippi.
What did I tell you? Put it down.
Greetings from the great state of Mississippi. I'm Gwen Wages from the state that on June 30th, with a groundswell of support from young activists, college students, college athletes, yes, Black Lives do matter, from support from business leaders, religious leaders, yes, even the Baptists kicked in, and all sorts of economic pressure removed from its state flag, the Confederate emblem, retiring the 1894 flag. We cast 3 votes for Howie Hawkins and 1 vote for Dario Hunter.
Thank you, Mississippi. Missouri.
Hang on. All right, hi everyone. I'm Sue Edward from the Missouri Green Party. We appreciate the hard work of all Green Party candidates and are very excited to participate in this process to elect our candidates to represent us. We thank you. In March 2020, in Missouri's presidential preference primary, informed voters across the state of Missouri were able to choose a Green Party ballot for the first time in our history. As a result of this primary, our 7 delegates are allocated as follows: 2.5 for Howie Hawkins, 1.5 for Dario Hunter, 1 for David Rold, and 2 remain uncommitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Missouri. Nebraska. Nebraska.
Sorry, I was on mute, sorry. My name is Charles Hostick, and I'm the co-chair of the Nebraska Green Party. We have 3 delegates, and on behalf of them, we are casting 1 vote for Howie Hawkins, 1 vote for Dario Hunter, and 1 vote for no nominee.
Thank you, Nebraska. And Nevada.
Good afternoon. I'm the chair and state delegate reporter for Nevada.
We are known for our gambling and our Sin City status. We also were one of these states where Bernie Sanders won overwhelmingly with about 45% of the Democratic primary vote. And though we are the Green Party, that means there is a lot of support for progressive politics in the state of Nevada. We have 4 pledged delegates for the Howie Hawkins campaign. Thank you.
My neighbor, New Jersey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Craig Cayetano, one of the state co-chairs, the delegate reporter representing the Green Party of New Jersey, which is proudly eco-socialist and anti-imperialist. Since 2017, our registered membership has risen from 2,977 to over 11,214 this year. We have been involved in major movements and coalitions here, including active roles in Extinction Rebellion, the Newark Water Coalition's fight for clean, lead-free water, starting local mutual aid groups during COVID-19, protesting ICE detention facilities, organizing recent local Black Lives Matter protests, and spearheading a grassroots movement for ranked choice voting in New Jersey. We have a vibrant, engaging, active Yes Young Eco-Socialist Caucus and 2 campaigns this November, one for US Senate and Town Council. We stand and advocate for a free Palestine and continued hands-off Venezuela. With over 78% of our state primary vote, we proudly cast all 5 of our delegates, Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker, for vice president and president.
Thank you. New Mexico.
Hello there, my name is Michael Mudd. I represent the Green Party of New Mexico, the land of enchantment, of wide blue skies, hatch green chilies, and a rainbow of balloons, and also the place where the Holtec Corporation would like to build a repository for the nation's radioactive waste. We also stand in solidarity with our Native American brothers and sisters here who are suffering greatly with the COVID-19 crisis. And we're also excited that we have a candidate in a four-way race for a legislative seat. We apportion our 4 delegates as follows: 3 for Howie Hawkins and 1 for Dario Hunter. Thank you very much.
My hometown.
Thank you. My name is CJ Chapman, reporting from the great state of New York, the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic, where the GPNY leads the fight for statewide universal health care. We were the first state with gas reserves to ban hydrofracking, and New York Greens continue to work for environmental justice in our communities. New York was the site of the Stonewall riots, Occupy Wall Street, the first ever women's rights convention at Seneca Falls, and home to titanic struggles for workers' power that the Green Party continues today. New York was the adopted home of Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, and we honor them when we say the name of our brother Eric Garner, who was murdered by police, and work to defund and abolish the police and end the new slavery mass incarceration. We cast 17 delegates today for New York's own, the original Green New Dealer, Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker, and 4 delegates for Dario Hunter and Darlene Elias.
Thank you. North Carolina.
Good afternoon and greetings to the Green Party Presidential Nominating Convention from the North Carolina Green Party. I am Wayne Turner, representing the great state of North Carolina, where the Confederate statues that have so long represented violent oppression in the South are now finally falling like dead leaves in an autumn storm. The state of North Carolina cast 4 votes for Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker.
Thank you. Ohio.
Hi, I'm Felina Farley, the Ohio delegate reporter. Home of the state where we gave Lake Erie Bill of Rights, if you remember from our last meeting last year. Unfortunately, the state shut us down. And speaking of being shut down, we're also fighting for ballot access and fighting in court for over this COVID-19 pandemic. And we could really use your help right now. We're in the middle of a lawsuit, which is very common for Ohio to be in the middle of a lawsuit. So please consider going to ohiogreens.org and donating what you can to help us with this lawsuit to fight to be able to have online petitioning. And I hear you over there, Maryland. Okay, our delegate count is Howie with 3.5, Daria with 3, and Dennis Lambert with 0.5 for our 7 delegates.
Thank you. Oklahoma.
Greetings from Oklahoma, home of more than 30 sovereign indigenous nations. Oklahoma, home of countless rebellions and uprisings by oppressed people, including the 1917 Green Corn Rebellion against conscription in World War I, and the valiant but unsuccessful defense of Black Wall Street during the Tulsa Race Massacre. Oklahoma is also the home of Woody Guthrie, Kate Bernard, and Chelsea Manning, and we are the state that gave Eugene Debs his highest per capita vote for president. We are casting 3 delegate votes today. Based upon the results of our ranked choice presidential poll, we vote as follows. 1.5 votes for Dario Hunter, 1 vote for Howie Hawkins, 0.5 votes for David Rold.
Thank you. Oregon.
I'm waiting on video.
Go right ahead.
Yes, my video is not coming up.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Gloria. I'm Dan Pulliu, the Pacific Green Party from beautiful and spacious Oregon, one of the country's oldest and most successful Green parties, having maintained uninterrupted ballot access since 1994, is proud to be among the states that listed all 8 declared candidates on our presidential nominating ballot. Using a proportional count combined with ranked choice ballots to transfer votes from eliminated candidates, we have apportioned our 7 votes among 4 candidates as follows: 3 for Howie Hawkins, 2 for Dario Hunter, 1 for Sydenham Curry, and 1 for Dennis Lambert. Thank you.
Thank you. Pennsylvania.
Hello from Pennsylvania. This is Alan Smith. I am the co-chair of the Pennsylvania Green Party and the delegate reporter. Pennsylvania is a state surrounded by water, Lake Erie, the Ohio and Allegheny River, Susquehanna, Schuylkill, and Delaware rivers. And we have in our Constitution a special protection for the right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of the environment. But unfortunately, we are also the second most tracked state in the union. And we have the dubious distinction of having been the second bombing with the moon bombing, second domestic bombing by an airplane, by an aircraft. We are, though, the second, have the second largest number of Greens elected to office other than California. So we're fighting hard. We have 11 delegates, and 6 of them we cast for Howie Hawkins, 5 for Dario Hunter, and please help us as with Ohio with our ballot access lawsuit. We could use funds and support for that. Thank you from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. South Carolina. South Carolina?
Oh, we don't have that. Should be David.
Okay, we're going to give a pass right now to South Carolina, and I'm going to turn it over to Sharon.
Tennessee.
Hi, from the great state of Tennessee. We are the state where the Highland Center is located. And Nathan Bedford's forest gets defaced almost weekly. And haven't torn it down yet. You know, I wasn't the official reporter, so I'm not sure what happened. I didn't have a speech prepared for this, but we, I believe, give our delegates to, we have 4 delegates, and we give 2 to Howie Hawkins and 2 to Hunter.
Thank you, Tennessee. Texas.
And I can catch hell for the.
Howdy from the Lone Star State, Tejas, where indigenous people have been erased and La Raza has risen to challenge the two-party system. Our 26 delegates go to Kent Mesplay. Just kidding, relax. 20 delegates to Howie Hawkins, who earned 80% approval. 3 delegates go to Dario Hunter, 2 delegates to Kent Mesplay, and 1 delegate to Susan Buchser Lohaki. Our party is not perfect, but we will work through these growing pains together, not by scorching the earth, but by building and maintaining bridges, by being anti-oppressive in our behavior. We must respect each other and our diversity. We must have solidarity. By necessity, the successful POTUS candidate must be an organizer-in-chief, tasked with raising funds for ballot access and matching funds. In this task, nobody came close to Howie Hawkins' campaign. We support our nominee. Honor the treaties. Thank you.
Thank you, Texas. Utah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brendan Phillips. I'm coming to you from the Beehive State of Utah, home to the Hopi, Goshu, Ute, Dine, and Zuni tribes. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world, but it is also one of the most industrially exploited places in the world. We're home to the largest open pit mine in the world. We have the worst air quality in the nation, and within my county alone, there are 5 active Superfund sites. Our ballot access is on the line this year, like many other states, and we need to get 2% this year to maintain our ballot access. We have 4 delegates. 2 of those delegates are allocated to Howie Hawkins. 1 of those delegates is for Dario Hunter, and 1 of those delegates is uncommitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Utah. Virginia.
Greetings from the beautiful Appalachian Mountains of Virginia, where we have just defeated the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, and hopefully we'll be defeating the Mountain Valley Pipeline too. Virginia, using ranked choice voting, has apportioned its delegates as such. 3.5 delegates to Howie Hawkins and 1.5 to Dario Hunter.
Thank you, Virginia. Washington. You might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Hello, greetings from the evergreen state of Washington, heart of Cascadia, home of our ongoing daily protests against police brutality and soon to be defunded police departments. We wish to honor and acknowledge the many indigenous tribes of our region. Our evergreen state acknowledges that we occupy coast, Salish waters, and lands of 29 federally recognized tribes and nations here in the Pacific Northwest. We stand in solidarity with the protectors of the Salish Sea in the call to preserve Native cultures, lands, and waters of our region. Our delegation proudly casts 3 votes for Dario Hunter and 2 votes for Howie Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Washington. West Virginia.
Greetings from the Mountain State, where mountaineers are always free. West Virginia proudly casts our votes for Howie Hawkins, excuse me. Oh my goodness. 5 votes for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you, West Virginia. Wisconsin.
Hi, I'm Mike McAllister, co-chair of the Greater Milwaukee Green Party and alternate to the National Committee, presenting Wisconsin's vote. Wisconsin, where Frank Kane was one of the first Green elected officials in the United States, the first of many to come, past, present, and future. The site of the 2004 presidential nominating convention. A place where we seek justice for Tony Robinson, Joel Acevedo, Jonathan Tubby, Dontre Hamilton, and far too many others. The home of socialist and green mayors, congressmen, legislators, council members, and Angela Walker. Wisconsin cast 2 votes for Howie Hawkins and 2 votes for Dario Hunter.
Thank you, Wisconsin. And the Black Caucus.
Hello, once again, I'm Daryl Moak. I am the delegate reporter for the National Black Caucus. And the Black Caucus allocates 2 votes, our 4 votes are allocated as such, 2 for Dario Hunter and 2 for Howie Hawkins.
Latinx Caucus.
Yes, this is William Nogueras for the Latinx Caucus. We have 4 delegates, 3 for Dario Hunter and 1 for Howie Hawkins. And also, I would like to mention that we need all the Latinos out there watching this right now to sign up with the Latinx Caucus. Go on the Green Party website and just go on the caucuses and just click join and spread and create more caucuses in individual states. And if preferably, we would like each state to create their own Latinx caucus. And so that way we could grow and get more Latinos involved. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lavender Caucus.
It's Hunter. I'm the delegate reporter for the National Lavender Green Caucus. Our delegation awards 2 votes for Huey Hawkins and 2 votes for Dario Hunter.
Thank you. Women's Caucus.
Hi, everybody. I'm Deanna Taylor, delegate reporter from the Women's Caucus, and we bring to the convention 4 delegates, 2 votes for Dario Hunter and 2 votes for Howie Hawkins. The Women's Caucus organizes and acts to advance women's rights and concerns within the party and in the country at large. We are a diverse group of women, and we all bring together our own experiences, activism, and unique abilities. We have sponsored a number of events such as press conferences for women candidates, films and guest speakers, candidate forums, workshops on media tips for women candidates. And in 2019, we held a national lobby in DC for 100% public funding of all elections. We welcome all women to our caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Youth Caucus, AKA Young Eco-Socialists.
Hi, I'm Francisco Correa, representing the Radical Youth, age 35 and under, in the Young Eco-Socialist Caucus. We recognize that the sparks for systemic change come from youth. We're proud to have worked to pass the Anti-Capitalist Platform Amendment in 2016 and to have changed our name in 2018 to reflect the values of youth who do not flinch at the term eco-socialist. We cast all 4 of our delegates to Green Party co-founder, Teamster, longtime activist, and original Green New Dealer, Howie Hawkins. Peace and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And so circling back to South Carolina as our final reporter.
Yes, hi, I'm David Whiteman, reporting for the Green Party from the pretty good state of South Carolina. South Carolina, which was way ahead of the curve by deciding to take down the Confederate flag only 150 years after the end of the Civil War instead of 155 years, and which is home to the 12th least visited national park, the Congaree National Park, home of some of the tallest trees in the eastern United States and the largest tract of old-growth hardwood forest in the entire country. Proudly casts all 4 of its delegates' votes for Howie Hawkins.
Thank you. And that is the final report from 49 states and caucuses. I want to thank all the reporters. It's a very exciting part of our convention. And I know that many of you are counting at home, but we have hired a professional live captioning company so that we can make sure that our count is accurate in addition to the tech people that are doing it here. So we're going to have a little pause and hear from one of our recorded speakers. Robin Harris, co-chair of the Green Party of Florida and National Black Caucus. Robin is recently chair and legislative director of Florida Now. Robin is an activist and has passion for many issues that impact the Black community. Robin.
So National Black Caucus. And I'd like to take some time to talk to you about our political climate, social political climate as well, and what we can do as Greens, and how we can possibly navigate in this critical moment. And of course, I'm making this this statement post George Floyd execution, and in the midst of George Floyd rebellions, I kind of like to say. And so I want to start with talking about the issues around the statement, Black Lives Matter. There's a lot of conversation, some of it is negative about whether it's an organization or whether they're being funded, whether folks are being funded by George Soros, whether it's the organization, or is it a sentiment? And it's possibly all of those. I think that if we focus on some of the negative things that it could be, I think that it dilutes it. It's unnecessary propaganda, and it takes away from what the efforts are, And so remember that Black Lives Matter was a hashtag. It was a response to Trayvon Martin's death and his murderer being found not guilty. And so it was a response by a queer woman, just probably being just fed up and hurt in saying Black Lives Matter. So it's a sentiment. It's it caught on. It's something that was heartfelt in the bodies of many people, and they moved with it. And I don't think that folks should be faulted because of that. Again, I can't worry or try to figure out if folks are funded by George Soros or not. But again, I think it's important that there is a statement and there is a sentiment that we recognize that Black Lives Matter. And then I think once that's understood, most important, we can move to say Black Power matters, because that's what we're lacking. That's Black people. We're lacking power. So we recognize that our voices have not been heard. And so following up with Black Lives Matter, Black Power matters. It matters so much that we've seen in the past month or so, people taking to the streets. And I want to take time to applaud the streets, because if it hadn't been for the streets, I don't think that some of those charges would have been upgraded. So Black Lives Matter, Black Power matters. And I appreciate the efforts that I've seen. We have to push back and assist in this pushback of this military occupation in our neighborhoods. This is what it is. It's military occupation, not only here, but we also see it abroad. And we have to understand those connections. This is global. This is colonialism. This is imperialism. This is all of the isms that we're seeing. And so the streets, at best, I think we're seeing an endeavorment of folks pushing back on all of that. It may not be articulated the way that that some of us who may be more revolutionary, we may find some lack in that. But these are rebellions. This is uprising. This is the beginning of revolutions. And I'm hoping that these demands will turn into policies and legislation that's much needed. And so with that being said, Black Lives Matter, but it doesn't seem like it, even in the medical field, in the wake or in the midst of all of these uprisings, COVID-19 is haunted, and we once again see genocide through COVID-19. It's taken Black lives tremendously. And so, but again, I do want to applaud those who have taken to the streets and look this colonial nastiness in the face and say, we still demand power and we still demand respect. COVID-19 has taken out many Black and Brown and Native people. And so, but the stance that it's made, I can't overlook that. And so I'd like for the Green Party to also look at this as an environmental. The Green Party has to be willing to try to erase the white environmentalism appearance that we have. And I think one thing that will be key is if we study epigenetics. Epigenetics is a science it's kind of likened to post-traumatic slave syndrome. That may be one way you understand that this generational illnesses or trauma, and definitely we were stolen from the continent, brought here, brutalized under police terror, slave patrols, and then the slave diet. There's a great article by Cam Howard that I would like for you to read on epigenetics and this transgenerational illnesses. And so, slaves were given slave diets that consisted of cornmeal and fat. So our DNA has had this or these illnesses already passed down. And so COVID-19, what it does, that's why we're targeted. So that's another argument also for reparations. So there's lots of discussion that we can have about that. But the Green Party, I would like for you to take your environmental platform to see how we can stand in solidarity with Black communities that understand this and that know this. We should be leading that conversation. I have not heard anyone from the duopoly system even dare to touch that. So I think that's one way for us to begin to lead politically. And so with that being said, it's kind of concerning that when we see things as tragic as the execution of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and there's so many names. But when we see this, usually the response from the Democrats is, so vote blue on come November 20. It's an insult. That's an insult because they're usually all part of this systemic, institutionalized, this political theater, this drama, and we need better. And so the Green Party, we need to begin to empower candidates for 2024 already now that can give people, that can give folks a reason to vote. We need to be able to articulate on reparations. We need to begin to be able to have empowered candidates that can articulate the message of a Black agenda and an agenda for Native folks. We need to empower people right now, 2020, to be able to be the answer and the option for a better world. And so I thank you, and I'd like to take this discussion even further, but I want to thank you for listening to me now. And I want to, again, to thank all of you for your revolutionary efforts and for everything that you're doing as a Green Party member. And I just submit my piece, and much love to you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. It was great to hear from Robin. And so just a correction. Fortunately, my back behind the scenes tech team is better at math, and they're working to verify all the reported delegates. But I have told you that 49 states and caucuses have reported, but it's actually 48. So for the record, that is 48. And so while the verifications continue, we're going to hear from another speaker. Hang on, folks. We're getting close. Lisa Savage has been a public school teacher in Central Maine for 25 years, working primarily with students from low-income families. As an elected vice president and chief negotiator, she fought for wages, benefits, and job security for the educators of her collective bargaining unit of the Maine Education Association. Prior to becoming a teacher, Lisa owned and operated a successful small business. And with her husband, Mark Roman, a self-employed woodworker, she has 5 grown children and 4 grandchildren. Lisa has been a community organizer for peace, climate, and racial justice for many years. She coordinated the Bring Our War Dollars home campaign to redirect federal funds from the military to meet social needs. She founded the Maine Natural Guard to help people connect the dots between Pentagon and its harm to our climate. She was instrumental as an ally with Indigenous people, working successfully to retire the last Native mascot in Maine schools and to pass a law banning them. She also helped lobby Maine legislatures to designate Indigenous Peoples Day as a state holiday, replacing Columbus Day. And she has contributed on many occasions to educate Mainers on Native history and culture. Lisa Savage.
Presidential nominating convention. As a candidate for the U.S. Senate in a historic ranked choice voting race, competing for the seat held by Susan Collins for the last 24 years, I'm honored to be here speaking to you all. I stand on land stolen from the Wabanaki people, what is now called Maine, in the Penobscot Nation's watershed, regretting that my European ancestors did not heed the wisdom of the Indigenous elders who'd been living sustainably here for at least 12,000 years. Had we listened and learned rather than seeking to dominate and colonize, human beings would almost surely not be faced with the climate catastrophe now threatening the security of all life on our planet. My European ancestors did many regrettable things. I've been thinking a lot about family lately. As a Green Party candidate, I've pledged to neither accept nor solicit donations from corporate lobbyists, corporate executives, or the super PACs that launder corporate money for candidates. This led our Lisa for Maine Communications Director, Dave Schwab, to comment that while our opponents are supported by big money, Lisa is supported by big family. My grown children have all contributed to our campaign in significant ways. I've had my sisters and many members of our extended family. My eldest said to his siblings this summer, "Ask not what mom can do for you, ask instead what you can do for mom's campaign." But it's our Green family I've come to talk to you about today. With your support, encouragement, expertise, and yes, donations, we have reached a place I never imagined we would be, standing on the brink of electing the first Green to the U.S. Senate. If John Rensenbrink and others had not founded the Maine Green Independent Party, I would not be standing here. If he and other Greens experienced at electoral politics had not supported and advised me, I would not be on the ballot. I needed their moral support to make the difficult decision to seek ballot access as an independent due to Maine's punitive signature requirements designed to keep third parties off the ballot. And if Green Party members had not worked diligently for years to establish ranked choice voting, I would not dare to dream of victory at the polls in November. But I'm here to tell you that ranked choice voting changes the game. It really does allow for a new politics of ideas and positive campaigning. Truly, this could be the start of something revolutionary as ranked choice voting spreads across the nation. With this race here in Maine, we have the opportunity to show what ranked choice voting can do. I believe that my name on the ballot greatly increases the chances of unseating the most unpopular senator in the nation, a woman who betrayed Maine's proud tradition of independent thought by siding with an unqualified Supreme Court nominee and refusing to investigate the credible claim of sexual assault against him. Her list of offenses is a long one: supporting a racist candidate for Attorney General of the United States, sponsoring the legislation that shredded the financial stability of the U.S. Postal Service, supporting a tax bill that robbed from the poor to give to the already wealthy, and failing to convict an impeached president using his official office for political gain. People of Maine have not forgotten any of this, and that's why I know we have a real chance to win an election against Susan Collins and most likely an establishment centrist Democrat who does not support Medicare for all, defunding police, or a demilitarized Green New Deal. Maine has a proud history of electing independents outside the corporate two-party system, and now we find ourselves free of plurality victories and the so-called spoiler effect. With ranked choice voting, we're in it to win it. And the state of our nation and our planet demands that we win. The abdication of responsibility shown by our current corporatized government absolutely demands it. An unprecedented but predictable health crisis has laid bare the structural inequality of our wretched for-profit healthcare system. It is a racist system based on white supremacy, which lies at the root of nearly all our structural problems. Black, Indigenous, and people of color have suffered disproportionate infection rates from COVID-19 as they are more likely to work in jobs that could only be done in person. They have suffered disproportionate death rates as their underlying conditions resulting from poverty and unaffordable health care doomed them. What more stark evidence do we need to demonstrate that the Green Party's long-standing demand for expanded Medicare for all, universal single-payer health care for all residents in the U.S. is well past due? Weak, vacuous, and immoral leadership at the national level has misguided us through a pandemic, even now still accelerating. A national healthcare system could have planned for a crisis like this. It could have stockpiled the PPE for healthcare workers and been at the ready to develop testing for everyone so as to contain and control the disease, as we've seen other nations successfully do. Instead, we saw rampant profiteering and states forced to compete with one another for scarce supplies and equipment. Budgets are moral documents. The US spends nearly 70% of its discretionary budget each year on the military and drops a bomb on average on another country every 12 minutes. Meanwhile, as a teacher, I was asked to do more with less every year. Police departments nationwide have ample supplies of tear gas and rubber bullets and send officers to Israel for training in the tactics of a violent occupation force that continuously abuses Palestinians with US taxpayer support. These are not my budget priorities. Are they yours? It is thrilling that here we are in the summer of a great and sustained uprising of people in the US demanding that we defund police and finally grapple with the deep inequities built into our white supremacist justice system. Rage is an appropriate response to our abysmal lack of progress. A government owned and operated by corporations can never achieve justice or put forth a budget grounded in the values of caring for people rather than dominating and killing them. Green family, I stand with you today to say enough. We will no longer tolerate and support the values of patriarchy, class hierarchies, racial discrimination, ableist discrimination, or cis discrimination. We are the party that holds a real, living, breathing vision that another and better world is not only possible, it is essential if we as a species are to survive. The most compelling security threat of the 21st century may be hard to see at times through the clouds of tear gas, but it's still climate crisis. We must meet it with our greatest minds and make it the priority of our budgets at every level of government. Yes, the Pentagon is the biggest polluting organization on the planet, and it must be defunded. But so too must we change every choice our society makes. The false energy needs of capitalism's insatiable need for expansion to line the pockets of the ultra-wealthy must be challenged. But thanks to the Greens and the youth in our streets, and yes, ranked choice voting, I have real hope for our future. Think of how much intelligence and creativity will be unleashed when we break down the system that impoverishes schools serving Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. Think of how the factories that now build weapons could build clean energy systems seemingly overnight with conversion using federal funds under a Green New Deal, and how that would create millions of additional good union jobs. We see the corporate parties squabble and cling to the past with all their might, because they know a better future is at hand, a future that is more equitable, sustainable, and moral, a future that values people, planet, and peace. Now is our opportunity. We lead together.
And everyone remember that Lisa Savage is running in a ranked choice vote election in Maine, something that our party has been championing for a long time, and big shout out for the Greens in Maine for really getting that done. We're very excited to see how that's going to be that's how it's going to turn out, and people can volunteer and check in on Lisa's campaign. We have one more speaker coming up now. Dr. Margaret Flowers is a retired pediatrician and advocate for a national single-payer healthcare system. Margaret is an advisor to the Board of Physicians for a National Health Program and co-founder of the Health Over Profit for Everyone campaign. From 2009 to 10, she served as a congressional fellow for PNHP. She's co-director of popularresistance.org and co-host of the podcast radio show Clearing the Fog. Margaret is active in her state and local Green Party. She ran for Senate in 2016, and she's completing her term as National Green Party co-chair. And so I've been serving with Margaret on the as a national co-chair, and it's been really wonderful. And just a quick story about Margaret. Long before we were working together in the Green Party, I have been a longtime board member of Physicians for a National Health Program in their New York chapter. At the time, Margaret was a fellow for PNHP. I remember her standing up in Congress and disrupting when they would not allow universal healthcare single payer to be brought to the floor to discuss among the other healthcare plans. And of course, Margaret was not nicely escorted out, but she continued to stand her ground. And I was really so impressed with Margaret when I was teaching students on healthcare issues. She was one of the videos that I showed when class starts. So I give you Dr. Margaret Flowers.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the 2020 Green Party Presidential Nominating Convention. Our theme this year is climate justice, social justice, and economic justice, and I'm going to speak about health justice. The Green Party platform is very strong when it comes to health justice. And Ralph Nader, when he was our presidential nominee in 2000, was the first presidential candidate to really put single-payer healthcare in the national spotlight. Here we are 20 years later, and healthcare justice is a huge need. The COVID-19 pandemic and the recession have made health injustice prominent and really exposed the flaws of our healthcare system. So when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic, the United States has ranked very poorly in terms of handling it, and we continue to see very high numbers of cases and high numbers of deaths, especially compared to other countries where they've been able to really lower the cases and lower the deaths. When we look at countries that have handled the COVID-19 pandemic well, we see some basic features of their healthcare systems that are different from what we have in the United States. One is that they have universal healthcare systems, so every person can seek healthcare when they need it without worrying about whether they can pay for it or not. They also have leadership that has given clear guidelines about the pandemic, how health professionals should handle it, how the population should protect themselves. And they have centralized planning, so they were able to get health professionals to the areas that needed them the most, and also get supplies to the areas that needed them the most, and to really increase the production of supplies to meet the demands. What we've seen in the United States has been a very sad competition between states who are fighting to get, basic needs like masks and gowns and ventilators, and the corporations are just price gouging and playing the different states against each other so that they can make a profit. Another feature of the countries that have handled the pandemic well is that they treat healthcare as a public good, something that everyone should have, not something that people are privileged just because they're able to afford to pay for it. And the recession, which began back in February and was sparked in part by the COVID-19 pandemic, but really we'd been expecting one for a while now because the foundation of the economic system in the United States is very faulty, with high levels of debt, a lot of people experiencing economic insecurity, low wages, you name it. And so since the recession began, tens of millions of people have applied for unemployment benefits. And a study that just looked at March until the beginning of May found that of people who lost their jobs, 31 million people also lost their health insurance. Now, we're a few months out from there and things haven't changed, so we can expect that probably tens of millions of more people have lost their health insurance. And that's on top of the 30 million people who didn't even have health insurance to begin with. And then we have tens of millions of more people who are underinsured. So they have health insurance, but they can't afford to pay the out-of-pocket costs like copays and deductibles and coinsurance. And so they face serious financial barriers, preventing them from being able to get medicines they need or testing or just seek care. So in this environment, this is a really important time for us to be advocating for health justice. And healthcare has been a #1 issue for voters in the past several years. So this is an opportunity for us as the Green Party to really stand out and shine compared to the corporate parties, because neither of the corporate parties is really addressing this situation of healthcare injustice. So we do this by reaching out to people in our community, holding educational events, showing people how wonderful our platform is, and encouraging them to get involved and join the Green Party. So what is health justice? Well, we advocate for a type of single-payer healthcare system. And that could be like a national improved Medicare for all, which would be like our traditional Medicare system where it's paid for publicly, but it's delivered both publicly and privately. Or it could be a national health system like the Veterans Health Administration, where it's completely public. It's owned by the government, financed by the government, operated by the government. And both of these would be much more efficient and improve health outcomes, it's significantly over what we have right now. So what are some key features of a single-payer healthcare system? One is that they're universal. Every person living in the United States would be covered. No questions about how much you make or this or that. If you're a person and you live in the United States, you're in the system. Coverage would also be lifelong, from the time that you're born until the time that you die, and completely portable. So if you change jobs, you go to school, you move, travel in the United States, wherever you are, you're covered by the healthcare system. This also means that you can seek treatment wherever you need to in the United States. So if you have a particular condition and the best place for that condition is not in your state, you can go to that best place and be covered. It also puts healthcare decision-making back in the hands of patients and health professionals, without an insurance company standing in the middle and making you jump through hoops or preventing you from getting the care that you need just because they need to make a profit. And it would be comprehensive. Your whole body is covered from head to toe: mental health, dental, vision, hearing, preventative care, inpatient, outpatient, rehabilitation, substance abuse, things that you might need at home, community care. All of that would be covered by the system because that's the most efficient. And a health single-payer system is really simple. It's easy to use for health professionals and for patients, and that may help to really eliminate the serious physician burnout that we're seeing right now in the United States, where doctors are getting so frustrated with the system and having to fight all the time just to get their patients the care they need that they're burning out in like 10 to 15 years. Another feature of a single-payer system is that it would be transparent and accountable to the population. It's a public system, so we have the right to know how our healthcare dollars are being spent. And we advocate for a system in which people are able to participate in shaping that system. This is part of the pillar of our party of participation or democracy, that people have a voice in how that system works. So if you look at our presumed presidential nominee's platform, I helped to write his single-payer healthcare position statement. It advocates for a national health insurance and then a national health system, and one that is run at the community level and decisions are made at the community level. This is what real health justice would look like. So we have an opportunity now as the Green Party in this time when there's so many crises to really show how we stand out from the corporate parties. This is an opportunity for us to be out there speaking about this issue, organizing events, speaking to people in our community, and showing them why the Green Party is the party that they want to participate in. It's the party that represents their needs and their interests. I'm happy to help out. If you ever need someone to speak or you need information, just reach out to me and let's grow the Green Party together and let's organize and win health justice. Hello. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the 2020 Green Party Presidential Nominating Convention. Our theme this year is climate justice.
All right, it looks like something paused or whatever this is. So yeah, so Margaret Flowers just acknowledged that she helped write the platform for Hawkins. So this is what came out. Chris Blankenhorn, that's the vice chair, whatever, the Young Eco-Socialist. He acknowledged, he said that a group of us got together, the original draft, whatever. We had a plan, but we didn't have a candidate. We had a plan, but we didn't have a candidate. So everybody got together about what needed to happen, not said, okay, well, Howie's the best guy. No, they said, okay, let's make a plan and see who's the best person. That's what he said. Chris Blankenhorn already said that. And you can go, it's on the Green Party Nation videos, but we can share that later on. But that's the clear point. So, and then Howie Hawkins, in his original address to launch his campaign, in the first minute, he says, "Oh, I'm out here, not out here by myself. I'm on behalf of others, co-chairs, which is Margaret Flowers, Andrea, Tony Ndege, which is national co-chairs." So, I mean, all this is clear that it was rigged, and of course, she's part of the steering committee, Margaret Flowers, and she's part of the national co-chair. Her husband, Kevin Zeese, that's Kevin Zeese. He was funded by Soros. They were just talking about that. So funny that they talked about that because Kevin Zeese actually took money from Soros. And he's the one that was on the media committee. He was on the PCSC, and then he was on the media committee, and that's when Ian called him out and all this. So, I mean, this shit's so dirty, and it's so hard to explain to people sometimes because they want you. You have to walk people through fucking common sense. It's a conflict of interest to have all these people in these official positions controlling it and being the puppet of a campaign. Howie Hawkins has done nothing. He's had his campaign do it. His campaign is officials that planned the campaign. They should have stepped down from it, but instead they bullshitted the process. And this needed to happen because they needed to go through it and dig their heels in more and more and more in order for people to see, wow, I can't believe they just literally pulled the DNC. They wouldn't let people chat. They're not letting people chat. I mean, this is it's DNC. It's DNC, and I've been talking about it. I've been talking about not just myself, but other candidates. But I mean, I've been a little bit more focused on the behavior because the behavior itself is not going to allow people to come into the party. And the point is to say that behavior is the same behavior that we see in all of these our religious groups, our schools, I mean, there's a power structure that we look at these things. Oh, all these rules. It's not about right. It's about these rules that are manipulated and shit. Look how many laws and bullshit that we have. Are we going to say, hey, that's the rule. It's the rule we should put people in jail for cannabis? No, motherfucker. Cannabis should be legalized. Period. Decriminalized, legalized. Period. That's the whole thing. There's bad laws. There's bad policies. Those policies were put in place by corrupt people. Are we going? And that's the whole point about the grassroots democracy of the party. That's what it's about. Grassroots democracy trumps, and you can't even use that word. It is above and beyond any bullshit policy things that 100 insiders control, because that's what it is. I mean, you have 80,000 people in California that are registered Greens, but less than 100 people decided which candidates to be on the ballot. You know, and how do they know who the candidates are? Based upon the emails that they get from the party and the power structure. Nobody has gotten a real opportunity to get to know anybody. But at the same time, now that we're looking back and now that all these things are coming out, we're really being able to look at people's character and people's behavior about what's going on. And that's just important to say. And I do want to say that, I want to say thank you for everyone that has been involved in trying to get the corruption out and involved and just participating. I know it's been hard. I mean, there's a lot of people that just leave, but now that there's a group of us, there's a whole wave of people for different reasons. It's building the energy, and it's good to see. And that's how you know when you got these cowards in there, always trying to dismiss the behavior, the same DNC behavior. And you see even Kent Mesplay. This guy's been running for all this time and has failed. He hasn't even won the primary before. He's failed. These people, they say that we're working on the party and that we got to keep going, but you can't grow a party off a faulty foundation. You fucking can't. Period. You cannot. And you're seeing now that these people are so fucking corny. Their whole production value is fucking corny. They're not doing anything. They don't really care. They don't want to win. I mean, and that's, even Dario doesn't want to win. Like I mean, it's a bunch of fluff. It's a bunch of fluff. We're all talking fluff because we're not getting into the real shit, which is election integrity. How do we fucking break the two-party system? Because this is about us all. This is how do we bring people together? How do we make this happen? And even we're seeing this shit. So I mean, I'm happy about that they can't keep this in the bottle anymore. It's out there. They can control the narrative of their little echo chamber, but they can't control what we say, what the people say. They can't. There's too many of us. And which means that their little echo chamber, they can't even control that anymore. In fact, it's the narrative. So again, let's apply what it is. It's the narrative. This is how they control. It's just like the establishment. It's the narrative. That's why state media, the propaganda, how that works. That's what all these state co-chairs, that's what all the PCSC does, is they write the narrative. They try to tell people what people's value is. And then it leaves you to have to go at them directly. And that's my whole thing. You don't like my style. You don't like me cussing at you. You don't like calling out for being an asshole. Don't be an asshole. If you don't want me to call you out for rigging, don't fucking rig it. If you want to have integrity, step down from your position and do the job, but you can't, because you have to hold on to that position because you want to make sure that you win with the fucking worst candidate ever, the fucking Green Party's biggest fucking loser. And I believe that Howie Hawkins is only 3 races short of reaching the Guinness Book of World Records for the most political losses. I saw that William had said, but I didn't verify that, so I didn't hear back. So I'm tired of seeing people dismissed, seeing people ignored. The party is supposed to have. I mean, look, there's not even there wasn't a way for people to chat. Literally, it wasn't a way for people to chat. I mean, think about that. That is fucking DNC all the way. They don't want you communicating. They don't want you to know how everyone's feeling, that the dissent's there. They don't want people to know that. Because if they had 100% or a bunch of these people that are viewing, talking about it and discussing in there, again, it breaks through their narrative because they're watching right now. They're watching all these different streams. They're watching to see what people are saying, and they're doing what they can to break through the narrative. And a lot of it has going to come out. gonna try to come at me as if I'm the one that's created all this. No, I'm just responding to the bullshit. If you don't like me calling out the bullshit, then don't fucking do the bullshit, period. All right. Oh, it is what it is. This shit is what it is. And I want to thank Dennis again for reading my statement. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. In fact, let me just go ahead and let me just read it myself. This was my statement that Dennis read for me. Again, that was awesome. He delivered it and probably said it better than I can. A long habit. Let me do it like this so that way I don't have to put this in there. All right. When it's ready to go, we'll get it going. All right. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right and will raise at first a formidable outcry in the defense of custom, but the tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts than reason. And that's Thomas Paine from Common Sense. I know that my method was not easy to digest. I understand that people feel as though I'm trying to tear down the party, but that is not the case. It's hard to acknowledge these problems within the party out of fear that if we talk about the elephant in the room, that it will push people away. But it's actually the opposite. People are leaving because we aren't transparent. We must engage people in the conversation. The Green Party is supposed to be a platform designed to show the world how to have these hard conversations, how to find common ground. We are supposed to be a place where people understand that we all have different experiences. Our diversity is our strength. Now, leadership is important. A coach would put their best player at a game-winning moment. If we offer Ventura the nomination, it is a win-win for the party. If he runs, we will get the White House and everything we've been fighting for. And if he chooses not to run, then it would still send a signal to the establishment and to the voters that we are fucking serious. Let's be above our egos. Let's change the world today, not tomorrow, today. So that was my statement, and I'm glad that Dennis had got a chance to read that. Again, I really appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. So let's just remember. So Howie Hawkins is a member of another FEC recognized political party, a national party that's out of his state of New York, and they're going to be ballot lines, I'm sure, for that. And some states have, well, most of the states have a party fusion a law, so we're going to see how that's going to turn out. But just remember that all those ballot lines, the independent ballot lines that Howie Hawkins has been getting for the party, came from our current ballot access coordinator, which is of course on Hawkins' payroll and stuff. Okay, we're starting back up, so they're boring as fuck, but we're going to play them again. Here we go.
With 355 votes being recorded, there were 8 votes, and you also see on the screen 8 uncommitted NOTA, 0.5 for Sanders. I guess that's Bernie Sanders. I don't know. Maybe there was somebody else in there named Sanders. 1 for Alochi, 2 for Mesplay, 4.5 for Roll Day, 7 for Ventura, 8.5 for Lambert, 11.5 for Mawasifu Curry, 102 for Hunter, 210 for Howie Hawkins. And so we can declare that Howie Hawkins has passed the first round to become our nominee. And now, our last vote of the day, I'm going to ask Sharon, my elections assistant, to join me. We are asking you to go to Lumio because what needs to be done by a show of hands is to approve Angela Walker, the chosen vice president nominee that Howie Hawkins has picked. So we need to go into Lumio, and since you've been voting in Lumio all day, everyone should be pretty much familiar with it. So you have 2 minutes to vote with your show of hands. When that happens, we'll announce the vote, but Sharon will give you a little bit of information about Angela Walker while you're voting. Thank you.
Okay, so we're excited, just excited about the process.
Fucking liar.
So if you can, go to Lumio and cast your vote.
Yes, people are showing a virtual show of hands in Lumio, so it's actually not vote in the same way, your virtual show of your hands. And Sharon, maybe you could tell everyone a little bit about Angela. Okay, I know, sorry, Terrence's having some difficulties, technical difficulties, so I am going to put on my glasses and tell you a little bit about Angela. Angela Walker is an independent socialist who describes herself as a Fred Hampton Assatu Shakur socialist. She was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to a working class Black family. She learned early that though money was necessary to live in the society, it was less important than integrity, cooperation, and dignity. This upbringing shaped the activist and organizer she later became. Angela attended Bayview High School in Milwaukee, graduating in 1992. She and a group of Black students petitioned for and received an African American history class at their predominantly white school. Angela became a member of the Army Reserve in August 1992 and began classes at the Milwaukee Area Technical College in 1993. After the birth of her daughter in late 1993, Angela and her daughter Epiphany relocated to Jacksonville, Florida. While living in Florida, Angela attended the University of North Florida. She began as an education major with the intention of becoming a special education teacher. She decided later to change her major to history, a subject that she remains passionate about today. The need for extra income in college led Angela to take a job driving a school bus in 2001, and she left college to drive full-time because she loved the work. The first mass mobilization Angela attended was during the demand for recount of ballots in the 2000 Florida election, and how we remember that time. She joined a contingent of people who traveled to Tallahassee, Florida to protest widespread discrepancies with the ballots in the election. That experience marked the first of many protests she would attend and illustrated the power of people coming together to stand up for their rights. In subsequent years, Angela would participate in actions against the war in Iraq in New York and Washington, D.C., while a driver for Greyhound Lines. In 2009, she returned to her home city and began work with the Milwaukee County Transit System. In 2011, newly elected Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker launched an attack on unions from the state capitol, Madison. And many Greens, I think, that are here today or watching today or delegates today were there at that Capitol, along with Angela. Thousands of union workers and their supporters occupied the Capitol building and grounds in protest. Angela, a member of the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 998, was among the protesters. As a result of her involvement in the protests, the then president of her union local appointed her legislative director for the local. Angela went on to work for the Wisconsin Jobs Now in 2015 as community campaigns coordinator for the organization. Her work focused primarily on resistance to the privatization of public schools in Milwaukee. During her time with the organization, she approached by Emilio Mimi Solitz, of the Socialist Party USA about running for Vice President of the United States. She agreed to be Mimi's running mate for the 2016 election. Despite the Socialist Party USA's limited ballot access on the continental United States, the ticket did well in Guam, garnering 4% of the vote there. When Wisconsin's Jobs for Now folded in late 2016, Angela moved to South Carolina to regroup and reconsider her relationship with activism and politics. Initially, on arrival in South Carolina, Angela worked as a substitute teacher at the secondary education level. During the summer break of 2017, she began work as a dump truck driver and continues that work presently. When Green Party presidential candidate Howie Hawkins asked her about being his running mate for 2020 presidential election, Angela stated, "How could I say no?" Angela Walker is a mother of one and the grandmother of 5. She's a fierce advocate for the rights of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, the LGBTQI community, labor, and the earth itself. I'm going to pause now to find out how we're doing on our last vote of the day, virtual show of hands to approve Angela Walker as our vice presidential nominee. We have a clear majority of approval with 222 virtual hands with 221 approval. So Angela Walker is approved as our vice presidential nominee. We're hoping Angela is in the house to be able to say a few words. Just checking that. Great. Angela Walker, our vice presidential nominee.
Hey, everybody. I am a tiny bit overwhelmed. This is absolutely massive. Greetings to everybody. I am coming to you from PD land. This land originally belonged to the PD Nation here in South Carolina. I am in Florence. And as I said, family, this is a massive, massive, massive thing that just happened. I want to first off thank all of you delegates who stood with Howie and I and cast your votes for us. It's not a small thing. And we thank you. And I personally thank you for your trust, and Howie's probably going to reiterate that. And your support of a platform that I want you to know that I support with my whole soul. I also want to say thank you to the Socialist Party of the USA for helping to make the Red-Green Alliance that we talked of so many years ago. We're now seeing it. It's pretty amazing. I want to thank our brilliant campaign manager, La Jefa herself, Andrea Merida. And I want to thank my wonderful assistant, Ashley Frame. And huge, huge, huge thank yous, huge big ups to all of our folks on our campaign team. Y'all are brilliant. You are amazing. Y'all are hustlers. Thank y'all for making, doing all that you have done so that this campaign has gotten to this point. I want to thank all of you who have showed up for us in various different ways, whether it was supporting with money, whether it was kind words and good thoughts. Thank you to the volunteers that have made this campaign, made this campaign the topic of conversation in spaces where it wasn't happening. I want to thank Sherry Honkala and Ajamu Baraka, who have stood where I am standing right now. And I thank you both for reaching out and sharing your wisdom and your support with me. I want to thank all of you with whom I have shared the struggle since the Occupy days, since the Wisconsin uprising days, since the Milwaukee uprising days back in 2016. Big love to all of you who are still in the streets all around the country. And I want to say thank you to my homie, Mimi Soltysik, who is now a guardian angel of all of us who are fighting the good fight. And honor to my late friend and lifelong socialist, Rick Cassell. Thank you to my running mate, Howie Hawkins, who has very quickly become one of my favorite humans. And I have to say thank you to Source, to my ancestors, whose names I know, those whose names I don't know, I want to thank my coven. I want to thank my family for being the place that I began to learn everything that I needed to know for this fight. My hope and intention is that my grandchildren will know a world where the struggles that we are currently working against are no longer an issue. Dying, my friends dying. I am literally fighting for people's lives. Bare minimum, not risking death. Can I have that? And that is a direct quote from my homie Lark on a Facebook post that I shared about what we're going to need to do about, addressing public education this year. And what she said not only brought home for me the absurdity of asking educators, students, and families to be sacrificial victims to the coronavirus. Her statement reminded me how immense this campaign's implications really are. Family, this country needs us. It needs us now. And I know y'all have been hearing this all day today, and I am adding my voice to one more in the number. This country needs us. That is the thing that I want to rededicate us today as a party, that our people need us. In 2016, I walked away from politics, moved to a new state, and set about doing the work to reconstruct myself. All of my brujas, my witches will know what I'm talking about when I'm speaking about shadow work. Sitting with the parts of you that aren't the shiny, pretty photo op and quotable parts. The parts that need healing, that are a part of your whole. And in 2020, having received a call from Howie Hawkins about being his presidential running mate, all I could do was look at my ancestor altar and go, really, y'all? Really? I've been prepared for this moment. I am ready for it. And after weeks of stewing in a rage about this government's criminal mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic, the universe gave me a good, healthy shove. Do something. Show up. Who are you if you refuse? I couldn't imagine being given a platform to advance healing on a large scale for our folks and for this country, and saying no because I didn't want to leave the comfort of my isolated life. All of you are here for a reason. You're here because you know that healthcare is a human right. You're here because you know that ending US imperialism is the way to heal this country and the harm that it has inflicted on Black and brown countries around this world. You're here because you know that this glorious planet we share deserves our care and good stewardship, and that capitalist exploitation of her resources is killing us. You are here because you know that the unsustainable and inequality-driven way that this country is run has to end. That both people and the earth deserve more and vastly better than the capitalist dystopia we are being herded towards. People may not have been ready for our message in 2012. They may not have been ready for our message in 2016. But now, in a time when so much has been stripped away by the coronavirus pandemic, by the exposure of continued state violence against Black, Indigenous, and brown people, it has nowhere to hide. This country is being forced to confront its shadows and what has been hiding in those shadows, working to be seen, waiting to be acknowledged, waiting to be healed. In this time of impossible things, the Green Party is ready for the people, and the people are ready for the Green Party. They are ready for our message of solidarity, justice, true democracy, economic opportunity for all, and respect for diversity, all rooted in love. They are ready for an eco-socialist Green New Deal. They are ready to know that we came to take the White House. And yes, I said that. We came to take the White House. This is not a cosmetic run. We're not running to prove a point. We are running to flip the government. Because it's that massive, because it's that urgent. We are here to move the cash-bloated, ineffective parties of the ruling class aside because it is time for the people to be able to breathe. We are not asking for the right to safe housing, a guaranteed income above poverty for all, and Medicare for all. We are demanding these things. We are not afraid to call the duopoly on its arrogance and competence and move it aside. This is our time. No one else is bringing the deep systemic changes that we are proposing. We will not be pacified with performative reforms. The system must be overhauled, and the Green Party is the only party to do that. Within our own ranks, we will have to be intentional. Our chapters must be welcoming and flourishing spaces for our family with disabilities, our LGBTQIA, non-binary, and gender non-conforming family, our working class family, our immigrant family, Black, Indigenous, Brown family. We don't need to and are not going to agree on every point, but where do our objectives intersect? How do we strengthen our party and also the communities who need us so much? How do we create the world we envision? One without prisons, one with open borders, with the US being the world's peacekeeper instead of its law enforcement. That all begins with us and the way that we imagine forward. It's a very difficult time, and it requires our imagination, both up to November and beyond. The Green Party has never been more needed than now. And if you don't believe that, I hope that you take it to heart. I'm ready to move forward in solidarity and in purpose. I am proud to be moving forward with you. Thank you.
Hey, Angela. Thank you so much. We're really excited to have you. And so the last thing you're going to hear from me as your elections administrator is a very brief introduction to our presidential nominee. So Howie Hawkins is someone who I've known even before the Green Party, but certainly we have been working together in the Green Party for almost 20 years. I was Howie's running mate in 2010, the first time he ran for governor and got ballot status back for New York. We have done many events, many campaigns, many initiatives together. And so I am very pleased to announce the Green Party's 2020 presidential nominee, the original Green New Dealer, Howie Hawkins.
Hello, can you hear me? I assume you can hear me. First of all, I'm honored and humbled by the support given by the delegates, and I accept your nomination. And you just heard from Angela. You can see why I asked her to be my running mate. She's a great messenger for the Green Party. I've known her since 2014. We can work well together as a team. And what we are as a team is, I'm a retired Teamster, she's a truck driver. We got 2 workers for the White House. And we want to put a better class of people up in there than the grifters we got there right now. I want to second also the thanks that Angela gave to so many people in the Green Party, in our campaign, that brought us to this point. I just want to add one other person, that's the late Bruce Dixon, the former managing editor of Black Agenda Report. He was a friend of mine, and more than any other person, convinced me that I should take up and run this campaign. So we're drawing on his long experience and wisdom. In my campaign, we often say, what would Bruce say? What would Bruce do? And try to think how he deal with problems we face. And now I want to nominate you, the delegates of the Green Party, the members of the Green Party, the people out there thinking about supporting the Green Party, to be active participants in this campaign, because this won't work unless it's a mass movement. And that means everybody's got to play a part. Because as we've been saying, our country needs the Green Party now, because we're living in a failed state. It has failed us on these life or death issues, the COVID pandemic, the systemic racism. That means we are not yet a multiracial, a multicultural democracy. Growing economic inequality, that's a life or death issue for people on the bottom end of the income spectrum. The climate emergency and the new nuclear arms race. Like the Green parties in Europe and many other countries, our country needs the Green Party in the legislatures and the executive branch and the judiciaries at the local, the state, and the federal level to provide real solutions to these problems. Because these 2 parties of the corporate state are failing us. The pandemic has exposed that for everybody to see. They're presiding over a failed state. With 4% of the world's population, we got 1/4 of the world's COVID deaths. We got 250,000 people gonna die from this pandemic by the election at the rate we're going. The president, Donald Trump, has given up. COVID won, Trump is a loser. We knew that. We've seen it. Now he's running around like Typhoid Mary, holding super spreader rallies without masks and social distancing, making his own staff and supporters sick. That is sick. Fortunately, he's collapsing in the polls. He's toast. He's a loser and good riddance. But I keep asking, where the hell is Joe Biden? When you think of Joe Biden, what policy is he the champion of? He lives within commuter distance of the White House press corps. He could be down there pounding away to that press corps that we need a test, trace, and quarantine program to suppress community spread of this killer virus. He could pound away on a single message. Instead, where is he? And while he's at it, he could be going and calling for universal mail-in ballot option for the election this fall so everybody can vote. These are not controversial ideological issues. We have plenty of policy differences with Biden and the Democrats, but these are common sense solutions to serious problems. This is what our country needs. Biden talks about new leadership, but where the hell is he? The silence of Biden and the whole political leadership of both parties on demanding an emergency federal response to deal with this pandemic makes them all complicit in the hundreds of thousands of deaths that are unnecessary that we're experiencing. We can't open the economy and the schools until we suppress the virus. We can't do it safely. So we need that program. And where is this two-party corporate state? They're failing us. And that's why the Green Party needs to step up. And in recent weeks, we've been out on the streets protesting the pandemic we've had in this country for generations, for centuries, of racism. And we're calling for community control of the police because we cannot trust the police to police themselves. That's how they get away with murder and crime. We need police commissions that are selected by the people with the power to hire and fire the police chiefs, to get the racists and the sadists out the forces, to oversee the policies and the budgets, and to investigate and discipline officers for misconduct, independent of internal affairs inside the police departments. We need to reimagine public safety. The homeless don't need a vagrancy charge from a cop. They need a home. A person with a mental health crisis doesn't need a clueless cop with a gun. They need mental health experts. And we have to end this war on drugs, which has led to mass incarceration. With 4% of the world's population, we got a quarter of the world's prisoners. It's the largest prison system in the history of the world. So we got to treat drug abuse as a health problem. We should legalize marijuana and decriminalize the hard drugs like Portugal did. Instead of going to prison for possessing hard drugs, you go, you get a ticket, you got to appear at a hearing with a doctor, a lawyer, and a social worker. And they figure out how to help you deal with your addiction or using the drugs to cope with an economic problem, whatever it is, they're there to help. So instead of just throwing people in prison and building the biggest prison industrial system in the world, which Joe Biden had a lot to do, he wrote the legislative architecture for that as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, we should be treating drug addiction as a health problem, not a criminal problem. And going back to the police, the demand is defund the police. Yes, we need to move resources from police department into these kind of services I was just talking about. But there's not enough money in the police department's budgets. We got to defund the military. So we have the resources we need to invest in the jobs, the housing, the schools, the healthcare that are needed in Black and Indigenous and people of color communities that have been segregated, discriminated against, and exploited for generations, right up to the present day. We need reparations for African Americans. Black America lost half its wealth during the Obama administration. Reparations goes back to slavery, but the exploitation and theft of Black property continues. We need a reparations plan, and we support the bill for reparations in Congress that includes both individual reparations to close the racial wealth gap so African-American households have more resources to lead a better life, but also collective reparations. Rebuild the Black land base in the South and Black economic, educational, and cultural institutions. And while we're talking about repairing damages, we need to honor the treaties with indigenous nations and with the Mexican Americans under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. There is land that has been stolen by our government and by private interests in violation of those treaties. That should be returned, and the social services the United States is obligated to provide under these treaties should be fully provided, which they have not. And then we got the broader issue that affects the whole working class of economic inequality. It's killing us. Working class life expectancies have been declining in recent years. The life expectancy gap between our richest and poorest counties is now 21 years. This is a moral shame on this country, which is so rich. So we're talking about enacting an economic bill of rights to end poverty and economic despair. These rights should include the right to a living wage job, an income above poverty, affordable housing, Medicare for all, lifelong tuition-free public education, and a secure retirement. We will enact the right to a living wage job through a WPA-style jobs program, with government providing jobs in public services and public works for anyone willing and able to work who can't find a living wage job in the private sector. And we'll create a floor of living wages in the private sector by raising the minimum wage rapidly to $20 an hour and indexing it to inflation and productivity, so workers get the full value they contribute to the economy. We will enact the right to a guaranteed income above poverty. We'll build it into the progressive federal income tax. If your income is below the poverty line, the government will send you checks to bring you up and out of poverty. That's what Dr. King was demanding during the Poor People's Campaign of 1968. He said, "I'm now convinced that the solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income." People make it sound like poverty is hard to decide. The problem for poor people, most of whom work hard, is that they don't have enough money. So we build it into the tax structure so nobody is below the poverty line. We will realize the right to affordable housing by building 25 million units of quality public housing in the next decade, so everyone has access to an affordable home. We'll realize the right to quality health care for all by enacting Medicare for all national health insurance to pay for all medically necessary services for all Americans in the first year. And then over the next decade, we're going to build that out into a community-controlled national health service. So the hospitals and clinics are publicly owned. The doctors and other healthcare workers are salaried public employees instead of maximizing fees for service and creating a cost control problem, and also a problem of not spending enough time with patients to provide the proper care. And it will be under democratic control through locally elected health boards that then federate at the state and national level for overall coordination and planning. We will provide tuition-free public education lifelong, from childcare and pre-K through post-secondary college, trade schools, and continuing adult education. And we'll provide a secure retirement for all by doubling Social Security benefits, so no senior is living below the poverty line. Another life and death issue is the climate emergency. This is not just about more heat waves and stronger storms. We're talking about mass extinctions, ecosystem collapse, and the collapse of agriculture. The climate scientists now estimating if we go on a business as usual scenario, the capacity of agriculture to feed the human population we have right now will only be able to feed 10% of what we have now by the end of the century. Climate change is an existential crisis. And the Green Party's answer, our signature issue over the last decade, the Green New Deal. We've been campaigning for that since 2010, but the Democrats, of course, took the slogan, but what did they do? They diluted the content. The non-binding resolution for a Green New Deal introduced by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Ed Markey dropped our ban on fracking and new fossil fuel infrastructure. And Joe Biden this week basically committed to fracking the hell out of the country. If we don't stop fracking and new fossil fuel infrastructure, we'll be locked into decades more fossil fuel burning, and the planet will be cooked. The non-binding resolution dropped deep cuts in military spending, which we want to help fund the Green New Deal. It dropped the phase out of dirty, dangerous, and uneconomical nuclear power. And it extended the deadline for zero emissions from 2030 to 2050. What happens when you give politicians a couple decades? They're gonna wait. And the climate science says we gotta do it in the next decade if we're gonna avoid the worst consequences. And so this non-binding resolution, Pelosi never let them vote it on the House. And it went to the Senate. McConnell let them vote on it. And all the Democrats said it's a trick. And they voted present, except the 4 that voted with the Republicans no. Anybody that thinks they're going to get a Green New Deal from the Democrats is deluded. And now the House Democrats just came out with a proposal. They're going to reduce carbon emissions. Their goal is 37% by 2030. That's not even what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change proposed in their last report of 45%. And those reports are conservative because they got to be approved by petro states like Saudi Arabia and Russia and the United States. But the Democrats aren't even attempting to reach that conservative goal. You know, the situation is Trump may call climate change a hoax, but the Democrats act as if it's a hoax. And the Green Party is here to advance the full-strength Green New Deal. We want 0 to negative greenhouse gas emissions and 100% clean energy by 2030. And we have an eco-socialist Green New Deal on our campaign website, howiehawkins.us, which you can study. And it provides for a 10-year, $27.5 trillion investment in public enterprise and planning, and particularly in the energy, transportation, and manufacturing sectors to get to 0 emissions and 100% clean energy. Our plan will convert all the productive systems, not just power production, but transportation, manufacturing, agriculture, and buildings to clean energy and 0 emissions by 2030. So what we're proposing is a crash program like the United States did in the World War II emergency, when the federal government took over a quarter of the manufacturing capacity of the country in order to turn industry on a dime into what they called the arsenal of democracy, to arm the allies against the fascist Axis powers. We need to do nothing less to defeat climate change. Our eco-socialist Green New Deal creates 38 million new jobs. And now, in this COVID economic depression, we need the Green New Deal as much for economic recovery as for climate recovery. And then there's one more life or death issue that we've got to face that none of the major party candidates have even addressed, and that's the new nuclear arms race. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists has moved its doomsday clock the closest it's ever been to midnight. The US, Russia, and other nuclear powers are modernizing their forces. The strategic arms are becoming hypersonic, 6 times faster than they were. So instead of launch on warning, there's a counterforce, now you launch on anticipation that the other side's about to launch. It's not even hair trigger. We're putting more tactical nukes in the conventional forces with a crackpot idea. They call it, the military doctrine is escalate to de-escalate. You throw a nuke out there and then you de-escalate. It doesn't happen. Once the nukes start flying, as Daniel Ellsberg has documented in his book, The Doomsday Machine, they all fly and we're done. So we're gonna take peace initiatives, a 75% cut in military spending, withdrawal from these endless wars, pledge no first use of nuclear weapons, and disarm to a minimum credible deterrent, and then go to the other 8 nuclear powers on the basis of those tension-reducing peace initiatives and say we want mutual and complete nuclear disarmament. And we go there with world public opinion, with the 122 nations that this week, 3 years ago, agreed to the text of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The International Campaign for the Abolition of Nuclear Weapons got the Nobel Peace Prize for that 3 years ago. And hardly anybody in this country knows that, because the political leadership of both parties don't want to talk about it. It should be a top campaign issue, and we're going to make it one. So these are the issues we're going to fight on. And the next phase of our campaign is ballot access. And we're going for all 52 ballots, 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the advisory vote in Guam. And we want to thank the contributors that this week qualified us for federal primary matching funds, all contributions up to $250 per individual will be matched by Uncle Sam going forward, as well as those that are already contributed until about August 27th. So we'll soon have another $200,000 we can put into ballot access, and the more people contribute, the more we'll have. We're on the ballot or have signatures in hand in about 30 states. In July and August, it's going to be tough to get the rest of the states by petitioning. We've appealed for relief in many states from their governments. And some gave us relief, others we had to sue in court. And we've won some victories. We have other cases pending. But in some states, we've been forced, against the public health advice about social distancing, to go out wearing personal protective equipment, going out with hand sanitizer, and getting physical petition signatures. But we're not going to let governments that won't respect our right to be on the ballot keep us on the ballot. We're going to fight to get on every ballot. And ballot access in this country is harder than almost any other country in the world. You have to get a hell of a lot more signatures. A lot of countries don't run for president, but let's talk about national legislatures. In this country, you want to run as an independent for Congress, it takes thousands of signatures. 3,500 in New York, over 15,000 in Illinois, over 20,000 in Georgia. You want to do that in New Zealand, it takes 2 signatures. You want to run as an independent for the House of Commons in the UK, it takes 10 signatures. In Australia, it's 50. In Canada, it's 100. In Germany, it's 200. That's about as high as it goes until you get to the United States. Party suppression is part of voter suppression. And we're fighting Republican voter suppression in the form of photo IDs, voter roll purges, and not providing enough polling places, particularly in communities of color. But we're also fighting Democratic Party voter suppression in the form of party suppression. Here in New York, the New York Democrats, under the cover of the COVID pandemic, just passed a law that tripled the votes and signatures for independents to get on the ballot or get a ballot line, and doubled the frequency we have to do that. So the Democrats are suppressing the vote here. The New York Times, when they got wind of this plan, called it the Democrats, this is the headline, the Democrats' secret plan to kill third parties. One reason we're running for president is to secure ballot lines. In about 40 of the states, the vote we get determines whether the Green Party has a ballot line for the next election cycle. And in most states, it's 1%, 2%, or 3%. That's very achievable for us. And when we win those ballot lines, that will enable us to run much more readily local candidates, because we want to begin electing thousands as we go into the 2020s to local office and the local districts of state legislatures and Congress. That's how the Green Party is going to build up into a major party and force in American politics. You know, and difficult as it is, ballot access is largely under our control. We know what we got to do. But getting our story covered in the corporate media is not under our control. And our message to the corporate media is do your job as journalists. Cover the issues, not just the horse race. The Green Party is worth covering on these life or death issues. And I'm looking at you, NPR, and PBS, and MSNBC, and CNN, and the New York Times. You've been acting like state media stenographers for the two-party corporate state. Do your jobs, cover the issues, let the Green Party into the debate. Don't exclude us before the election happens. Let the voters make up their own minds. And then when it comes to debates, I'm ready to debate Biden and Trump, but I'm not sure they're ready to debate me. And are there any serious news organizations out there that will include me? Were there any news organizations that will include all the candidates that are on enough ballots to win the Electoral College? That would be in this election, the Greens and the Libertarians, as well as the Democrats and Republicans. That would be a four-way debate. That's what the American people deserve. They deserve to hear all their options. Or will the mainstream media continue to bow down to the Commission on Presidential Debates that is planning to limit the debates to Biden and Trump? Commission on Presidential Debates. Sounds like a government agency, sounds official, but in fact, it's a private corporation controlled by the two major parties to keep their competition out. So I hope some civic organizations and serious news organizations will take back the debates for the American people and not let the two parties exclude competition and rig the game. And then the question we always get asked by the media is, well, why are you supporting an election for Joe Biden? And our answer is no. Joe Biden and the Democrats have spoiled this presidential election. The Green Party's been giving them the proven nonpartisan solution to the problem of spoiled elections since Ralph Nader ran in 2000. And that is abolish the Electoral College and have a ranked choice national popular vote for president. The last two Republicans were losers of the popular vote when they were first elected. It was the Electoral College that put them in office. You would think the Democrats would realize they have a problem and embrace our solution and get rid of the problem. Instead, they whine about the Greens and fight to keep us off the ballot and suppress the vote. You know, a lot of people say Jill Stein spoiled the election. No. Exit polls showed 61% of her supporters would have stayed home if she had not been on the ballot in 2016. So if you use that ratio in any of those close states like Michigan, Jill Stein was not the margin of difference. But the Democrats are looking for excuses instead of solutions to the problem of spoilers, which we have. Joe Biden is welcome to embrace it and try to convince people that he really believes it. So the last thing I want to say to people that are saying, well, you know, we got to get Trump out of there. Maybe I need to settle for Biden. If you were a Bernie Sanders supporter and you were for Medicare for all and a full-strength Green New Deal and student and medical debt relief and tuition-free public college, and you vote for Joe Biden, nobody knows you stand for that. Your vote won't count for that. You'll get lost in the sauce because you voted for Joe Biden, who opposes all those things. If you want to make your vote count, vote for the Green Party. Everybody knows what we stand for. Your vote will count. It'll be a message. It'll be a voice heard. And that's your leverage. The more votes we got, the more leverage we'll have after the election in advancing our program. And then our biggest bucket of votes is not people, refugees from the Sanders campaign. We welcome them, as many of them as want to come. But the biggest group are the 100 million people that did not vote in 2016. They're disproportionately working class, people of color, and young people. And they're not apathetic. They are totally alienated from the two parties that offer them no solutions, are never in their communities until election time comes, and then disappear after the election. And people say, I'm not going to get caught up in that game. Well, you know, part of the game is they don't want you to vote, so they have to pay attention to you. We're giving you an opportunity to vote for something that really does address the economic issues you're facing, the health issues you're facing, the education problems you're facing. So we welcome as much support as we can get. As I said, this will only work if it's a grassroots mass movement. You want to get involved, go to the website, howiehawkins.us. Look, the corporate two-party state has failed us. Our party, our country needs the Green Party right now to advance real solutions to these life and death issues of our time. Our lives depend on it. We're running out of time on issues like the climate crisis, the COVID pandemic, and real solutions can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Howie and Angela. I just want to wrap things up and give a big thank you to every single person who made this day possible. It was a ton of work from a ton of people, everyone from the annual national meeting committee, the media committee, the presidential campaign support committee, the credentials committee, the platform committee, and I'm sure about 10 other committees that I'm not even thinking of at the moment. I also want to give a big shout out to all of the candidates and their campaign supporters. And then I also want to especially thank our ASL interpreters who have been with us all day and making sure that we had this being broadcast in American Sign Language. Thank you so much. And then especially our staff, and in particular, Lynn Serpy and Michael O'Neill, who are behind the scenes in our, you know, in our war room in Brooklyn, New York, and making sure everything went as smoothly as possible today. So it is my pleasure to officially adjourn the meeting, and I'm going to turn it over to Kenneth for some final words.
Thank you, Hillary. And thank you everyone for your patience, for bearing with us throughout these past 4 or 5 hours here. Congratulations to Howie and Angela for sealing the deal in the 2020 Green Party presidential nomination. And so, like many of these things, there are also so many action items that we can do, right? We just can't show up here and then think our job is over. So as Howie said, please visit howiehawkins.us to see how you could help support the campaign and help him with his presidential election for the Greens. Also, make sure you also sign up at gp.org as well. There are ways that you could sign up to volunteer. There are ways to sign up to donate. And there are just all sorts of things that you could do if you just visit the website. They give you a list of options and check boxes on ways you can volunteer to help the Green Party. Because, you know, if you want to see the change in the structure and the organization, you got to get more involved. So please sign up at gp.org. Donate, sign up to volunteer, and also help your local candidates, any down ballot candidates that are running for office in the upcoming general election in 2020. Check them out. There's so many people running for local elections, school boards, state races, and Congress. So I just want to say thank you all so much, and let's get to work. Go Green Party.
Well, 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 well. Look at what we have here. So, pretty wild, right? What did you expect? What did you expect? This is actually, the long game is important to look at here because this needed to happen in order for people to realize what the fuck is going on, basically. And people aren't. So we've put a spotlight on the corruption in the party. We put a spotlight on how shitty they operate things, and this is on purpose. You guys, they can't be this, this fucking stupid. To think that what they're doing is actually working. You can't do the same thing over and over and over and over and expect something to change. So this is good because it's taking this happening for people to see. Now, of course, I would have rather had Ventura come out, but the whole point is that there's like 100 people probably that's centralized that are controlling the operating of the party. So it's the narrative, it's how they create this thing, and the other side that's been pushing back is these longtime Green people. That think they own the party, own the values, is that they're more afraid of that their little baby is going to be hurt, and what they don't realize is they just fucked themselves. They just fucked themselves because everybody knows now. You can't communicate in the chat. You can't talk, and there's no chat to talk about everything that's going on. There's no real discussion about all these things. It just goes to show that the grassroots democracy is not there because there's more people right now engaged in wanting Ventura than everybody that's voted in this whole entire primary. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So, we're at a crossroads in what to do. But there's still going to be some pressure to be applied. I'm excited to see the fallout because now that people are going to be looking at shit. They're going to be, when they research Howie Hawkins, they're going to see all this shit, the same thing. They're going to see that Howie Hawkins is basically a 24 times loser. Now he the only way he could win a primary was by rigging it. That's the only way he's ever won anything is by rigging a primary. So he's the Hillary Clinton of the Green Party, pretty much. And he's not. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna see what's gonna happen. I'm not too worried. Now I do want to see. I am curious to see if there's going to be some sort of statement made by Jesse Ventura. You'd have to think so at this point that there would be some sort of actual statement on everything. We'd expect it. I'd hope. I really do hope that he says something about all the volunteers and all the people that have really been putting in a lot of work. So he had the opportunity to speak. He had enough delegates to speak, as well as he had. The opportunity to write in saying that he would accept the nomination. So what's happened is it looks like, I mean, he may be turned off from the Green Party altogether. And you can't you can't blame him to see how all these corrupt people and these dirty people, they say you're not green because you haven't been in the party, losing and wasting your fucking time and energy. Because here's the thing, you go around, get signatures, and let's be clear about this. There's people in the Green Party, there's people in all these parties, people that are doing the fucking work, the groundwork, that are helping, trying to get things going. But then they prop up these stupid, corrupt people that are driving the party into the ground. They're gatekeeping, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing like there's two sides of things. And then what happens is when you call out those corrupt people, then those people that are just propping them up get upset because, oh, I've been working my ass off. Well, you're working your ass off, but you're spinning your wheels because you keep propping up the bullshit. So it is what it is. Anybody have any comments, anything to say? Let's see what's going on here. Love the language, but manager changed the wardrobe. Love the language they have. What I was changing the manager, but the wardrobe haircut cut out the black and white. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It is what it is. It's my style. I'm doing my thing. I appreciate your commenting, but it is what it is. Oh, Mr. Ryan the bitch, the whole skunk. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. So he's one of my biggest supporters. Some people probably think I pay him to go around trolling and commenting on my stuff, so I can have this discussion showing how much of an idiot some of these people are to waste their time. And so let's say, so the guy Ryan in there, he's a good excuse. He's a good little excuse to point out. So you got people running their mouths, going all over the place. They want this proof. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Oh, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe anybody that says, okay, well then why are you fucking wasting your time? Why are you so trying to argue with me then? Why are you up my ass? Why are you so hell bent on trying to prove me wrong, and you can't even discuss the actual issues? Howie Hawkins has rigged his primary. Well, not Howie Hawkins, the people his campaign. So the point is if you don't have the basic common sense, these skill sets that you should have learned to understand how it works, how the corruption works, how hustle of politics works, then that's on you. I'm trying to help you out, but you want to stay up Howie Hawkins' ass, and this is that is just an example. Ryan Holskunk is just an example of the people that they just dick ride. They're bandwagon little bitches because they don't think for themselves, and that's a big problem about society. And that's one of the things I did like about how Ventura presents himself, is that he asks questions. He's never been afraid to ask questions. He's never been afraid to talk about stuff. So this is good stuff. So a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. You want to talk about people not being able to answer questions? How am I disingenuous? I'm not disingenuous. The proof is easy to research. This is good. Everybody go and subscribe to Ryan Holskunk's YouTube. He could use some energy. I'm sure he has some things to say, and the more haters I have, the better. Thank you very much for all that. Very, very appreciative. So we're gonna have some more discussions here from this point on to see what's going on. It looks like there are some plans that people are going to do within the people for Jesse, the draft Jesse people. So stay tuned to them, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen. We'll keep you updated on everything. Let's see. He probably would rather win as an independent. You don't have to deal with the bullshit, and I'm sure he doesn't want to have to run the money through this party where there's corrupt people. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Let me see if there's anything on. Let's see, anybody in here? Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Trump is going to run circles around Hawkins. He really is. He really is. I mean, these people are they don't get it. They don't get it. And you don't like my method, but you have to understand that we are in a unprecedented time, and you have to be shocking. You have to be shocking. You have to be able to fucking upset the establishment. And that was my whole point of the campaign. And you could see how it worked within the Green Party, that I upset the establishment. They didn't even count my half delegate. They didn't even report it. They gave Dario my half delegate, and Dennis or David's half delegate too, which is fine. Which is fine. You know what I mean? Like the fact that I ran a campaign myself off identifying the toxic and corrupt behavior and removing them, and to see where we're at now, I'm very, very happy with where we're at, because sometimes the win isn't the rigged process. It has to do with the narrative and exposing what's going on and showing people what needs to happen, showing people what kind of energy, showing, revealing our problems and why these parties can't move forward. And for the organizations like the People's Party, when they actually go for ballot lines and turn it into a party, or for other third parties or whatever that's coming up, this should be a really good example of what needs to change and how the process needs to be ran, because it's important. This is an example. This is changing American politics forever. I really believe that this primary, and of course it's not just me. It's David, Dennis, Sednam, Susan. I mean, even Kent revealed his shit too. I mean, Ian. I want to thank Ian too for being involved, and just all of you guys have really made this worth it. To have to sit in an echo chamber of corrupt and toxic and dumb people. I mean, and I hate to be like that, but we have to be able to talk to each other like that, as well as be able to understand what that means. It doesn't mean that you can't be educated on something. I want you to be educated on something. I'm trying to be educated on all these issues. I can't lie and say that I know everything about everything, but I do know, and I am very aware that in order to know stuff and to really process things, you go to the people that these are their issues that they care about, the people that this is their expertise. There's a way, to look at the big picture, and that's where I'm at. So, yeah. So it looks like where we are. So thank you all for joining in. I didn't have an infographic or anything like that prepared for this, so it doesn't quite look so great. But I'll do this here. Let me just do this. Well, thank you all, and yeah, let's see what the fallout is. Let's see what the fallout is.